Everybody, and welcome to the City Commission.
Recording in progress.
Okay, we'll start again. Welcome, everybody, and welcome to the City Commission conference meeting this 16th day of March 2021. As you know, this is a meeting that's being held both in person and virtually. I see a lot of faces that, hello, everybody. I forgot what you all look like. I hope you didn't forget what I look like. Anyway, thank you all for being here today, and we have quite a few people who have signed up to speak. We have approximately 3 hours worth of speakers who have signed up. So I'm going to call speakers 2 or 3 at a time. So not so much that you should line up behind one another, but just be prepared to get up and speak so there isn't too much time between speakers, so we can move the process along. Today we have one item on the business agenda. We're not going to do commission reports until after we discuss business one, and we purposely decided to put only one item on the agenda today because it has a lot of community interest, and so because of that, we didn't want to minimize any other items that should properly be discussed before the commission, and to allow this to have a full and fair opportunity for ideas to be discussed. So having said that, obviously business one is regarding the Bahia Mar. So just to give a little background, this item came up for today's discussion because it was discovered that there had been quite a bit of conversation going back and forth between developers as to other options that might be available to them, because back in 2017, this commission, the previous commission, voted to grant a site plan and give a building permit for a project that included 651 rental units. I believe there were 11 stories each, approximately 120 feet tall, and as well as other aspects such as a new hotel, a grocery store, new restaurants, a fishing village, a promenade around the perimeter of the site, and a number of other amenities that would have been added to the site. At that time, it was a 4-1 vote. I had voted against the project mainly because I had concerns that I was afraid that the boat show would be displaced as a result of the site plan that was approved. And in any case, the commission voted to approve the site plan. And at this point, the developers are now returning to the city to see whether or not this commission has any interest in canceling the old lease and approving a new lease of 50 years with an option for another 50 years, so that a condominium project could be instead approved as opposed to a rental project that is currently approved by this commission. Keep in mind that this concept of condominiums had been proffered before. I believe it was in 2015, if I'm not mistaken. And in 2015, there was quite a bit of discussion at the time. The previous city manager had worked with the developer to come up with a multi-layered kind of complex arrangement of multiple leases. And it never came to a vote before the commission, but the developer withdrew the application because there was quite a bit of antagonism towards the proposal. This proposal today kind of looks very similar to that proposal back in 2015, and we're finding that the developers come to us today to see whether or not there's an appetite amongst the commissioners to move forward and to agree with the developer to cancel the current lease and provide them with a new 50-year lease with a 50-year option. This would allow them to build the condominiums, to build all the other amenities that they have described, and from their point of view, provide an enhanced aspect to the beach that right now, as we all know, is just a desert of asphalt and some old crumbling buildings that have been there for quite a few years. So today we're going to have a stack here of a number of people. So what I'd like to do, there are a few people that have asked to speak collectively, so I'm going to permit that to happen at the beginning, but I just want to make an introductory comment that I normally do before all of our meetings with regard to participating virtually on this this meeting. So any member that's interested in speaking before the commission virtually is required to complete the virtual speaker card. Any member of the public that's interested in speaking in person may sign up to speak at the meeting and can do so in the back of the room with the clerk. So due to COVID-19 distance requirements, there's very limited seating available. I still see we have seats available, so if anyone wants to participate in person, come on down. So we encourage others, though, to participate virtually when possible. Those that are listening are usually listening on our government channel, which is channel 78, or AT&T Uverse, which is channel 99. Otherwise, you can also tap into our meetings at www.fortlauderdale.gov/FLTV, or on YouTube, which is youtube.com/City of Fort Lauderdale. Now, if you want to speak on an agenda item and you are appearing virtually, I ask you to click on the following link, which is bit.ly/virtual CC meetings. I'll repeat that. That's bit.ly/virtual CC meetings. Okay, having said that, I guess we're ready to begin. So again, this matter is regarding whether or not the City Commission should move forward in addressing the application by the current developer, current lessee, to make changes in the lease agreement, to also consider additional lease agreements, as well as air rights agreements and various other ideas that are being proffered by the developer to be able to move forward on the development site. So right now we have in person, we have Nancy Thomas, followed by Bill Cole, followed by Betty O'Connor, followed by Marilyn Momano. So you'll each have 3 minutes to speak. Please come up to the podium and speak since all of you are here in person. And we welcome you. I'll be timing you.
Mayor, this is Ben. Thanks. I was just wondering, can you give me a sense of how many total folks have signed up?
Yes, we have about 60 folks.
60. So that's a combination of in person and online.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great.
So we'll be here till about 5 o'clock.
Thanks, Mayor.
Yep.
And how are we doing in terms of? So if each person takes 3 minutes, then there's time in between. At what time are you trying to start a conversation amongst the commissioners?
Well, that's why I'm saying, we'll try to end it at 5. We'll do our best. And I just ask everyone to keep the remarks as succinct as possible so we can, get everybody in today.
So try to end the public comment at 5 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
And then have city commission discussion for an hour from 5 to 6?
Yeah, 5 to 5:45. Yeah.
Okay. And then if we need more time, obviously, then we just schedule this for another time.
We could do it at another time or discuss it later in the evening since it looks like a short meeting tonight.
And what happens if not everyone who signed up is done by 5 o'clock?
Let us address that then. But Commissioner, let's get started so we don't run up against the clock.
Well, no, it's important that the public understand kind of the guidelines here. So and understanding how many people are speaking and then when we're supposed to start debating it as a commission. So, okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mayor, good afternoon. I have a quick question.
Yes, sir.
Being that this all seemed to start with the tenant offering to make changes on the site, and this was their request, are we hearing from the tenant at all today? You did not mention that, or they're not starting this off, or how's that going to work?
Well, I think if they have signed up to speak, they can certainly have the opportunity to speak. This was not a time for them to make a presentation per se. I think this was this, as you know, the purpose of today's agenda item was for the commission to make a decision as to whether or not it wanted to move forward and to instruct city staff to have further contact with the developer and to give direction to our city staff as to what exactly the commission has in mind going forward. We're not here to review any documents. We're not here to review any new site plan. We're not here to review any new leases. We're just here to discuss amongst ourselves, what it is we want the city staff to do in connection with the developers' requests. And because it has to be an agenda item, the public is permitted to speak. So it's not really, we're not here to approve anything today. We're just here to discuss what we think we want to see going forward on that site. So
I understand that. I'm just saying, well, typically, again, much of the information we've garnered has been through public information requests. We never really had, as a commission, any kind of updates from city manager, city attorney. A lot of this has been, gained in terms of the knowledge itself through a lot of emails. That's, I think, what basically got us to this point where we said, what's going on here? Where do we all feel about this? What are the thoughts? What are the sentiments? We've all been able to read the city attorney's memorandum. We've been able to read the proposed master lease, the phase lease. We all know the existing 1995 lease. But this all started, correct me if I'm wrong, because again, I was never really updated on this, but this all started with a request from the tenant to do something different on the site than has been approved. Typically, we usually would hear from that either tenant or applicant just to sort of get a framework from which we would discuss. I mean, I don't think that we're here to discuss anything like some of the things that you mentioned are specifically not on the agenda. This just says discussion, I think is what it says. I don't have it in front of me right now, but it just says BHMR discussion. But what is the framework for that discussion? And I just thought it made sense to hear what the tenant was proposing. But that's okay. If you don't feel that way, I understand.
Vice Mayor, I don't think we're there yet. Okay. I think the idea was, do we even want there to be further discussion? I mean, do we even want to make any changes? It's not like we're here to listen to what the changes are. The idea of having this discussion was just to get a sense from the commission whether or not they really want to go forward. Right now, they have an approval. They have an approved site plan. It's what they requested, and the previous commission approved it 4-1. And so it's not like we're here to listen to a new proposal, because we're in no way prepared for that. And so the idea was, should we just leave things the way they are, or do we want to entertain a new application? And tonight we're going to hear from the public. This afternoon we're going to hear from the public as to whether or not we want to do that. Now, if someone from the development team has signed up to speak and wants to talk about, why they think it's important that the city commission, open up discussions, then they're perfectly capable of doing that. But I don't really think we're in a position to start listening to ideas as to what those are, and we're not there yet. I think that at some point we will get there, depending upon what the consensus is this afternoon. But if not, then there's really no point in going into what their idea is if we decide as a commission that we don't even want to go there. So it's much more simple than trying to delve into what their ideas are. So I know that you've met with them. I've met with them. I would have encouraged everyone else to have met with them to hear what they're looking to do, but I don't think we're there yet.
But the public has not met with them. And that's why I wanted to put this into context. Comment is great. And of course, I actually requested this meeting because I think the public has the right to weigh in. But typically you weigh in after hearing what you're weighing in on. I just wanted to make sure that everyone was on the same exact page with regards to what the tenant was trying to proffer and what the tenant thought was the reason to go about this. But you know what? I'm not going to belabor the point. We have a limited time. Whatever your pleasure.
Okay, very good.
So tonight, Mayor, and I agree with the Vice Mayor what he's saying, because if there's no subject matter other than us wanting to say we want to move forward to further discuss a definite lease or a change, then there's subject matter here today. But the public gets to speak on something that you're saying we're not doing today. So I agree with the Vice Mayor that if that's the case, then we shouldn't be having 60 people talking about something that's not a subject matter today. Well, this is just a discussion or appetite to see if we want to move forward with or instruct staff to bring us something back concrete.
Well, the purpose of today, at the request of the Vice Mayor, was to bring up for discussion whether or not we wanted to make any changes to the existing approved site plan. It wasn't to listen to the changes. It wasn't to have an opinion about changes. It was simply whether or not we had any interest in negotiating any changes. So today, the public is being asked to give their opinion as to whether or not they want to leave things the way they are, or that to allow the commission to move forward and consider changes in the site plan. And then at some point, we'll see what those changes are what those requested changes are.
I think you mean lease, Mayor.
We're in no position today to hear about changes and leases and proposals. It's just, we're certainly not there today.
I didn't think we could change the site plan. I thought this was the changing of the lease.
Oh, it's everything.
I don't think it's everything. I think it's a lease. And maybe the Vice Mayor.
Okay, why don't we just, let's listen to the public. Let's hear what they have to say. And let's see what exactly is being, what instruction the public would like to give us going forward, whether or not they want to keep things the way they are, or whether they want to see any changes made to the proposal that the current lessee would like to submit.
I don't agree with that, but I mean,
okay.
I'll fit through it.
And just for the record, Mayor, on January 5th, I actually requested a presentation on the EMR. I actually requested a staff presentation on where we are and how we got to where we are right now. Because, there's so much discussion going on, and I appreciate all the discussion and tremendous input. But because there is so much discussion and chatter, I just think that, again, I did request a staff presentation. If staff didn't feel they needed to make a presentation on why we are where we are right now, then at least I thought maybe we would hear from the tenant on why we are here right now. But this is just sort of the opposite of the way we typically have public comment and public input, because the public comment and input is usually in response to whatever it is that's being, offered to us as a commission, whether it's a development, whether it's a right-of-way vacation, whatever it is. And then the public, after they hear from the applicant or the tenant or whatever, that puts their comments much more into focus. This just seems like doing it the opposite way. But again, I don't want to, belabor the point. We
are belaboring the point. So
no, but I agree with the Vice Mayor.
I mean, as I'll speak to Mr. Boileau. Mr. Boileau, are you prepared to give a presentation today on how we got where we are today, and to explain to the commission, why it is we're having this discussion today? Are you prepared for that?
Not in the sense of a presentation. I can certainly answer questions, but not in the form of a presentation, no.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions of Mr. Boileau? Okay,
Sure. I mean, I don't.
go ahead.
Okay, so I'm hearing we can ask questions to Alan to help frame what we're doing here today. Is that what we're doing right now?
The Vice Mayor said that we should hear from city staff. In this case, it would be Mr. Boileau, as to how it is that this matter is even coming before the commission again, since we already have an approved site plan and development agreement.
Okay.
And so for that reason, I've inquired with Mr. Boileau if he has a presentation to make so that he can put it into context, as the Vice Mayor suggests, so that when the public speaks, the public will have context in which to make their statements.
Okay.
Boileau has indicated that he doesn't have a formal presentation today. However, he would be able to respond to specific questions if people would like to ask him a question.
I'll so to the city manager, Commissioner Sorensen. But part of the reason that we don't have a presentation, obviously, this is not our proposal. We've been reviewing it and commenting on it, but that's all we've been doing. So our intent, at least, and I'll defer to the city manager, was to the extent that there's any explanation as to what the ask is, that would come from the applicant because it's their ask.
Okay. All right, great. So yeah, I'll happily start. Okay. So
Okay.
Great. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay.
And just interrupt me if you think we need to shift direction, or I don't know, however you want to have.
Hey, never hold back if you have a question.
All right, great.
Everybody's
okay.
You're here to represent your people. We're here to represent everybody. We just want to make sure that every voice is heard, and just take it one step at a time. I just don't want to jump the gun and start talking about things that we're not prepared to talk about.
Sure. So okay. So I think maybe a starting point is Alan and Chris at either one, but just give us quick historical context that at some point, 2017 or whenever, that you had a site plan approved and you had a lease approved. Give us a little bit of what happened then and then where we are now.
I'll go ahead and start. Actually, I'm not going to go necessarily back to 2017. That's sort of pre my time. I can sort of tell you that in 2019, there was a meeting with the city manager and myself where the idea was broached that they potentially wanted to amend the lease, which again is not much use to me unless I have a document to look at. So there's really nothing for me to do. Fast forward to sometime in the summer of 2020, I think June, I was provided a document or two documents that had been provided to the city manager, provided it to me to take a look at. Did a very cursory review of it at the beginning, and needed obviously some expertise because, in all candor, I didn't understand half of it. And my current real estate attorney that I had left in late September. So I had really no one to really review it. Then we started considering bringing in some expertise. Ms. Solomon kindly agreed to return to our office full time. She had been at the CRA, but she didn't come till November. So we didn't really start doing a deep dive into what was being proposed until about November. And since then, and in fact, I don't think we've even provided comments back regarding the phase lease agreement. We've been looking at it to sort of figure out what the ask is. We still have a lot of open questions. The review is still ongoing. And that's why, to the extent that there's any details required or asked of with regards to what's actually being proposed, it's probably best from the applicant. We can certainly answer questions from our end. But again, it's not our proposal. None of the terms in there, the terms are as they were presented. We're just trying to figure out the whole, as the mayor alluded to, there's some similarities to the previous iterations from my understanding, but it is also quite different in other respects with regards to phase leases and air rights, which is again an expertise that was beyond my office.
Okay. All right, great. So that helps. So in 2019, who came to you and said they wanted to amend the lease?
I believe it would have been probably Mr. Tate had scheduled a meeting with the city manager and myself.
Okay.
He and Barry.
Yes, and Barry Summerstein, their attorney, obviously.
Okay. So they came to you in 2009 and said, hey, we want to amend the lease. So from 2019 to the summer of 2020, you're saying you didn't do a whole lot, or what happened during that time?
There was really nothing for me to do. We were also working at the time on the bridge agreement, because as you recall, the pedestrian bridge, there were pieces falling onto A1A. So FDOT had threatened to shut down A1A because of that. So we were in negotiations with regards to what we were going to do with the bridge and so on and so forth. So there were communications in that regard. But again, I had no document to look at. So there's nothing for me to do without a document.
Okay, great. And then summer 20 to around June 2020. So who gives you documents, or what someone?
The initial documents I received were provided to me by the city manager. And then shortly thereafter, I asked for an electronic copy, which they were provided via email.
Okay. And what was that? Like
It was the master lease, the amended and restated master lease in some iteration. And then there was an air rights agreement as well that was attached to that. That was part of it.
And existing air rights or proposed?
No, proposed. Everything proposed.
Everything was proposed. Okay.
Yeah.
And so Chris, you got this from the Tates, or how did you get this stuff?
Yeah, it arrived from the Tates, and as Alan said, from Mr. Summerstein. And frankly, just being a couple leases, it was one of those things that we shipped over to Alan, and he just did a cursory look of it. But yes, that's how it entered the organization.
Okay, great. And then so your review
continue. I mean, part of what we were planning, or part of what I would have done if asked to make a presentation on this, is I would have asked the applicant to quickly give us their version of what they proposed. So I just want to throw that out there that to the extent, Mayor, if you're willing to allow that to happen, that's how we sort of framed today's meeting to occur, that they were going to just generally talk about what they were asking for. But I'd leave that completely up to you.
Well, I don't know. The problem is, I don't want it to open a can of worms here. It's unfair to expect the applicant to be able to make a proper presentation for a very complex and far-reaching proposal that, as I've seen it, is going to take me a while to digest. If the applicant is prepared to come here today and in 10 minutes summarize what they're looking to achieve, I'm okay with that. But I just think it'd be unfair to expect them to be able to encapsulate their entire proposal in such a short period of time. It's not fair to them. It's not fair to the community to get a Reader's Digest version of something that is going to have far-reaching effects. But is the applicant prepared to make such a presentation? Okay, so Mr. Vice Mayor, does that seem suitable to you?
Yes,
Are you there?
It makes perfect sense to me, and this way the public can react to what they're hearing in real time today. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so I can ask the speakers that I just called up to speak if you could take 10 minutes out. And Mr. Lockery, you're here on behalf of the applicant?
I am, Mayor. Good afternoon, Mayor.
Hold on, Mayor. I was in the middle of asking questions.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Sorensen, Commissioner Sorensen, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I've got a bunch more questions for Alan and Chris, but I'm happy, Mayor, I'm completely happy with the applicant presenting, and then I can ask, I can keep asking my questions if that's the right format, if you think.
Go ahead and finish your questions with Mr. Voileau.
No, go ahead, Mayor. I'll finish after the applicant.
Okay, good. Sorry about that. So, Mr. Lockery, would you like to come up?
Again, good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Robert Lockery, along with my co-counsel, John Millage, on behalf of your current tenants of the Bahia Mar property, Ron Bahia Mar. I'll make it very short. I don't have a 10-minute presentation, so hopefully that's a little bit easier. But first and foremost, thank you very much for setting this item on the agenda today. I think we all know that Bahia Mar is probably one of the pure jewels of the city of Fort Lauderdale, one of the most valuable assets to the city, and frankly, one of the unique assets of any municipal-owned property throughout South Florida. It's also property that over the years has brought up a lot of attention, back from its inception all the way through as we sit here today. And the public has a strong interest in this property, and they let their interest know. So again, I want to thank the commission for bringing this forward so that this discussion can begin today, and we can begin to talk about what makes sense for the future of Bahia Mar. Everyone, all the commissioners, the mayor, the vice mayor, and the commissioners, as well as I think anyone who's paying attention and watching on a Tuesday afternoon knows the history of this site. But the property was acquired from the U.S. government, where it had previously been a U.S. Coast Guard station. From the very inception, the city looked to third-party operators and developers to manage the site and operate the site. Didn't go so well the first few years. The original Bahia Mar Corporation that built the original marina and a retail center around it went bankrupt after a few years. But moving forward, the lease that we are talking about that's in place today, that we're talking about replacing, stems from a 1962 lease with the Candlelight Corporation. And really at that point, moving forward, we've operated, or the property is operated under the same form of lease. That's a long time to be operating under the same form of lease. It has the same, for example, uses that are permitted. Essentially, they're outlined in the lease today. And very similar to the use provisions that are being presented to you in a new lease, although for a longer period of time and a different component to the residential component. But the long and short of it is, that lease has been amended several times, but the most significant recent amendment was all the way back in 1995. And the lease really hasn't been updated as to its terms since 1995. Perhaps not uncoincidentally, there really haven't been changes to the overall structures on the upland portion of the property since 1995. Previous to that, every 5-10 years, there were significant improvements. But since 1995, really only two things have happened. First of all, the marina was completely rebuilt in 2002. That was a significant improvement to the water portion of the property. And then the years that this current tenant has operated it, they've put about $19 million into the existing hotel structures. That's all new hotel rooms. That's all new public areas within the hotel. So while the interiors of the building have been improved, we really haven't seen any additional exterior improvements. Now, it's not for lack of trying. As we all know, there was a proposal around 2000 that went forward and kind of languished, didn't move forward. Blackstone had a couple proposals, one of which was ultimately approved but never acted upon. The current tenant had an application that went in front of the city. It was for an ID. It was ultimately withdrawn. At the same time, Mayor, as you correctly pointed out, there were lease negotiations. And in 2017, a site plan was approved on the site. We're now 3 years down the road, coming up on 4 years down the road. And the tenant believes and has proffered a potential lease to the city that it is time to begin moving this forward, and believes that the lease is an important component of that. I won't get into all the details. I won't spend 10 minutes on it. But the lease can provide additional economic incentives, both for the developer, who has a longer period of time to invest in a property that now will withstand a lifetime rather than just 40 years, to make sure that investment is in place and a long-term addition to the city of Fort Lauderdale and the city of Fort Lauderdale skyline and uses, as well as the city that can reap much more significant economic benefits than what is currently in a lease that I think everyone agrees who looks at it's a bad lease. So the tenant believes it's time for a new lease. In that regard, as Commissioner Sorensen indicated or asked of the city attorney, the tenant came and met with the city, with their landlord's representative, presented a lease, and the lease has been reviewed purely for very specific legality framework. No terms have been negotiated. And that's why today's meeting is so important. It's time to start talking about the terms of what a lease could look like. Everything is on the table. We look forward to hearing from the public. We look forward to ultimately hearing from the folks who make the decisions on what's going to happen on this lease. But we do feel very strongly that it's a time to relook at this property, relook at the lease, and come up with a solution that can work for everyone, including the public in general. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Before you go away, so I just want to confirm, is one of the aspects of the proposal to convert the rental units to condominium units?
That is correct. So the lease proposal that was made to the city includes a 50-year term plus an additional 50-year term, 50-year term being the minimum to allow the sale of leasehold interest. So it'd be a condo sale of leasehold interest, similar to some other properties around the city. But yes, that is among the requests There's many requests, as you indicated in this lease. That's among the requests. We look at it as a starting point for discussing what's best for BHMR with the city of Fort Lauderdale.
Very good.
Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions of Mr. Locke?
Mayor, I do. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thanks. Robert, you just used the phrase, everything is on the table. So I want to know if you're talking specifically about the lease, or are you also talking about the site plan as well, or both working in conjunction with each other? When you say everything is on the table, what do you mean?
Certainly. Well, we have a site plan and we're asking for a lease that will allow that the developer believe that the tenant believes will allow them to execute on that lease more appropriately than the current lease. So from that perspective, the immediate request of the tenant, like any tenant who goes to a landlord, is if I can get this additional lease term, I can make sure that we move forward with this project. But everything beyond that is on. I mean, obviously, in any negotiation, look, negotiations are difficult in Florida with a 5-person board that's regulated by the Sunshine Laws. So we have to come and hear from you different concepts. I would say, Vice Mayor, that anything that the city wants to talk about, we will listen to, we'll take back. We're the ones coming to our landlord asking for something similar to what I do when I go for my lease extension on my office building. And the city can come back. We hope a city can designate an individual to meet with us and discuss what that could look like. But yes, when I say everything's on the table, I mean everything's on the table, Vice Mayor.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, so you
Yeah, sure. I've got.
Yes, Ben, go ahead.
Yeah. Thanks, Mayor. Robert, I've asked you this when we met recently about this, but why didn't you negotiate a new lease when you got the site plan approved previously? And what year was the site plan?
Sure. The site plan was approved in 2017, and there's probably a lot of people in this room who have the notes better than I do in front of me. Right. This process, I'm sure the mayor knows, this process actually began with a lease request prior to even the first site plan that was ultimately withdrawn. So there have been several lease requests with this project. They have not been acted upon or approved by the city. So we believe that after 3 or 4 years of looking at it, particularly with the costs of the resiliency and requirements of underground parking, that it made sense to come back to the city, ask again for the extended term, 50 years at least and plus 50, and at the same time, renegotiate the revenue that the city can recover from the property.
Okay. I'm still not, so you didn't negotiate it started as a lease agreement, lease negotiation, I should say.
So yeah, going back, Commissioner, and I'm trying to be clear, but I may not be. The original concept, this was another commission though, was for a lease extension. At that point, the commission said, we don't want to move forward with the lease extension at this point until we see a new site plan. As a result, a site plan was submitted. It went through a process, was approved through the Planning and Zoning Board and received, it was actually for an ID rezoning, received approval at first reading. And then we got back into a discussion of the lease, and the tenant at the time decided to withdraw the ID application. I think it was about a year or so later, they came in with another site plan. That site plan met all the code requirements of the current zoning, which is something we were asked, frankly, by the public. That's not to suggest that the public was necessarily happy or all the public was happy with it, but it was a plan that met the code specifically. That then was approved, and it's been a few years before we've asked again for a lease. To my knowledge, Commissioner, I think this is only the second time that the tenants come forward with a lease request.
Gotcha. Okay, that helps. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, does everyone feel they have somewhat of a context now in which to go forward?
Well, yeah, I still have some questions for Alan and Chris.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, thanks, Mayor. So, okay, Alan, getting back to, this past summer, so you've got the proposed lease, air rights possibility. So Lynn Solomon's reviewing that or started reviewing that in November. What are you from 2019 when you got the first ask to look at the lease to November of 2020? Are you talking with commissioners about this?
Not directly, no, because I really didn't have anything to speak with at the time. We were trying to, when we received it, we were trying to understand it. I had received one question for an update, which I provided. But no, we weren't, as to quote the mayor, we're just not there yet. And we're still looking at it, trying to understand it, because frankly, I wouldn't have been able to answer any questions.
Okay. So from 2019 to 2021, at some point, I don't know when, last month or last couple months, you aren't talking with any commissioner or mayor about this at all? No,
and typically, we process about anywhere from 800 to 1,000 agreements a year, and those range from leases, revocable licenses, anything. And typically, we receive documents from staff or from whatever other sources. We review them, we vet them to try to figure out what it is we're looking at. And when they're properly vetted at that point, then we engage, because otherwise there's no way to really, that's how the process with the manager run system that we have. We look at the agreements and then we vet them to make sure that we're able to present them at least in some form where we can answer questions.
Yeah. And so, okay, so your thinking was, hey, this is, common course of practice. The lease comes in, request, it's something we want to kind of look at, review, legal analysis, and then at some point when either commission asks or we're able to actually articulate or discuss intelligently, then we'll kind of bring it forward to the commission at that point.
Right, and that's what we typically do. I mean, to give you an example, sort of on a smaller scale, but a few meetings ago with the dog park in Riverland Dog Park.
Right, exactly.
Great idea you had. You presented to the city manager. He thinks it's a good idea. We go to FDOT and we start doing the work and figuring out what needs to be done. We get it queued up, for the lack of a better term, and then it comes to the commission, again, on a smaller scale. But we want to be in a position where we have all the facts, so that when it does come time to either negotiate or it comes time for you to make a decision, we're able to inform you the best we can. Otherwise, if I bring it to you early on, you're going to say, what's this? I'm going to tell you, I don't know.
Right. Okay. And Alan, you and I have talked about this, how my frustration with you on that was that I feel like it's a big project. It's significant. It's a major issue and concern, a major piece of parcel in our city. And that Ben, would like to know when we're looking at big leases like that, and that are, significant and substantive. And you and I have got good talks about that, and you understand my perspective on going forward. I would like to know when items like this are coming before your applicants are asking for it, even if it's just, hey, Ben, this is coming in front of us. We're reviewing, researching. I'll get back to you when I can.
Absolutely. And I take ownership of that. I think part of my mistake was presuming, typically on large projects like this, you're typically approached first. And then we sort of get the tail end of it when we start looking at it. And there was certainly a presumption there on my part that you all probably knew about it, and apparently you didn't. So that's on me, but it's certainly nothing nefarious there. It's just a matter of we were just keeping our heads down, trying to figure out what these documents were so we could answer some questions.
Okay, thanks. And then what's this? You sent us, you forwarded me, I think the other commissioners, this public records request is Bob Dunkel email, and your response about it being hush hush. This was June 2020, so I guess that's when you're just getting the documents from the proposed master lease. What's your, I'm not tracking your concern with Bob's email, or what's
what happened. We had received the document. I hadn't even really actually read it yet. And Mr. Dunkel was, I perceived there to be a conflict of interest because he was hired by Mary Fertig back in, I think it was 2017, prior to him rejoining our office, and had worked on, as his own email indicates, had worked in opposition to the rental units. So I felt there was a conflict of interest. So when Mr. Braco reached out to him for a question, Mr. Dunkel put out an email giving his thoughts on a potential renewal of the lease that was not solicited by me, and then also copied in the city manager and the city auditor. And at that point, I was concerned about the conflict of interest, not only from the standpoint of Mr. Dunkel working on the issue, but also being perceived that he was communicating on it. Because if the perception was that Mr. Dunkel is working on it and he's communicating about it, that's a concern to me under a variety of rules that I did not want to implicate our office with any sort of conflict issues. So
okay.
That edict was so that Mr. Dunkel would not be participating, and I didn't want him involved.
You didn't want him involved in what?
In anything dealing with BHMR going forward with the lease. He was originally involved, I believe, in the original negotiation, I think in 95. But again, because of the relationship that he developed professionally outside of the office when he retired in regards to this very issue with the rentals, that to me, that creates a clear conflict of interest. And
walk me through how that's a conflict so I understand.
Well, you can't work both sides of the V's. So he went to go work for he calls himself the opposition. Okay, so he worked with folks that were opposing what BHMR was trying to do in 2017. As the mayor alluded to, what's being proposed now is somewhat similar. I can't use an attorney that was working on the other side of that issue, in all fairness, because then I'm going to get into issues with with our lessee, having concerns with the fact that an attorney that worked essentially against what they were proposing a couple of years ago is now working on the same sort of very similar issue that's coming forward. So to me, that is a conflict of interest.
Even though it wasn't, yeah.
I certainly did not want to put the city attorney's office in that position. I have responsibilities on the rules regulating the Florida Bar and the Florida Supreme Court. As a supervisory attorney, I take these things very seriously because if there is a conflict of interest and there is an issue, it also falls on me.
Okay. So even if it's not a current representation he's having, if it's a in the past representation, that can still rise to the level of conflict.
Correct. And besides, Mr. Dunkel is working part-time right now. He's doing great work for us on other issues. There's no way that I could load him up with this huge issue. I had, an attorney on board at the time. I was anticipating, well, not at that time necessarily that Mr. Braco would be leaving, but at some point, we were going to get the expertise on board. I wasn't going to put that on Mr. Dunkel either. So, but to me, that was a conflict.
And what was, just for folks who maybe haven't read all the records of this and so forth, just give us a bottom line, what Bob's email was suggesting, or.
Well, I don't have it. It was rather long, but it was basically thoughts off the top of his head with regards to the renewal of the lease and employees that had been used. And there was the sort of a backdrop of what we should or we should not do with that site. And again, I didn't think, being that he's worked both sides, I didn't think that was appropriate.
Okay. And then so the conflict was your concern, but then why were you concerned about this email and recalling the email or not?
Because I did not want the perception out there that Mr. Dunkel was working on this project. Because once that starts going out there, that Mr. Dunkel's working, that's where I get into problems. Because now people think that he's working on it, and I think there's a conflict. And then, as we know, things kind of spread, and all of a sudden, I start possibly getting complaints that, Mr. Dunkel is working on it with folks that knew that he had been working on the other side, for lack of a better term.
And is the hush-hush reference a reference to Bob working on it, or to the receipt and review of these documents?
To hush-hush as to Bob. I didn't want Bob talking about it. I didn't want him looking at it. I didn't want him involved in any way, shape, or form.
Because of the conflict.
Correct.
Okay, great. So you're now kind of fast forward to let's go November 2020, just so I'm kind of tracking all this. So Lynn's working on it. At some point, I forget when we approved outside counsel, and then you started using some of outside Weiss Sirota, I think, to help with this.
Right. So in October, Mr. Braco had left in late September. So I had no real estate attorney. I was trying to convince Ms. Solomon to come back, but she had not yet, because she was strictly dedicated to the CRA. So I wanted to expand her scope to include some of these types of things. So I needed some expertise on real estate matters, to be able to consult, and as well as on this, obviously, because this was highly complicated. And even with Ms. Solomon on board, it's beyond our skill set when we get into condominiums, because frankly, cities don't typically do condominiums.
Right. Okay. So was your thinking the main reason to hire Weiss Serota for this project?
It certainly was the precedent for it to start, yes. But when we hire outside counsel, we have essentially two ways of doing it. And my predecessors before me did the same thing. We can hire counsel, obviously it comes through a resolution. We can do it case specific, which means that I can only use that attorney for one particular case, or we broaden the subject matter so that we can use them for that discipline. So up until in the 3 years I've been in this seat, and even beforehand, it's been more than a decade, I don't think we've had a real estate attorney in our stable of outside counsel. So we've had issues come up before, and I predict there'd be issues coming in the future, including with the Joint Governmental Center and all these other things. So I wanted somebody proactively within my stable of outside counsel. And obviously, I wanted somebody to be able to address this Bahia Mar issue because, again, I needed somebody that knew condo law. And so that was certainly absolutely part of it. But I left it general because I needed, at the time that he was hired, I did not have a real estate attorney in-house. And again, I had issues in the future that I wanted to do. So for example, if I don't do a general resolution and an issue comes up, I can't just pick up the phone and call an attorney. If I have a criminal law issue today, we don't have any criminal lawyer on again, in our stable. If I have a criminal issue today, I just can't pick up the phone and call an attorney to ask a question because I haven't hired anybody. So that gives us the ability on that subject matter, anything real estate, I can call him on.
Yeah. Okay. And when you were making the recommendation to us, did you talk with anyone about what they would be? Did you talk to any mayor or commissioners about what this would be, how this Weiss Serota would be used? My
recollection is that I did, but I couldn't point to any particular meeting or anything of that sort.
Okay.
Certainly, I believe I talked to the city manager about it, but I believe I had done it at some pre-agenda meetings, but I couldn't. It's been a while,
right? And
we've had happened since then. So
okay,
I couldn't.
All right, so that falls into me again of this bucket of, and again, I might not have asked you the right questions, but just when we're hiring outside counsel and you're thinking about there are a couple big things we need them to focus on, or that's in your area that you'd like them to pick up, that's just good I would like to know about that. But again, that's up to me to ask the questions as well.
Understood.
Okay. All right, great. So you hired them. So they've been kind of reviewing these proposed master lease and the air rights? Yeah,
we've been doing some, like you correctly stated, Lynn Solomon's been looking at it from her expertise and her experience. And then obviously on the condominium side, as well as the air rights side, as well as not only the air rights aspect, but its interplay with governmental property. Mr. Hernandez is very well experienced. He's the chair of the real estate group over at Weiss Serota, and great experience with these types of projects in Miami-Dade. So we certainly wanted him to look at over our shoulders, certainly with regards to the condominium aspects, because there's some issues we just simply couldn't answer. So he started doing that, I believe. I mean, preliminarily, he did some things very late October, but really started dealing with it in November and December.
Okay. And then what do you have a sense of the running total of dollars we've spent on outside counsel for Bahia Mar in the past 2 years?
For the last 2 years on what?
Well, it seems like the only expenditure has been the last like 3 or 4 months, but I just want to encapsulate on Bahia Mar.
For this particular project?
For Bahia Mar.
Oh, for Bahia Mar, it's 11,000. It's only been since we've gotten Mr. Hernandez.
Okay, so 11.
So I think it's about 11,000. I have the number somewhere, but it's 11,000 or so. We have a legal services account. I have a line item for $400,000 for legal services, so we can pay for outside counsel for issues that are outside our expertise. So there's certain aspects. Obviously, we try to be at a a full service firm, but it's a little impossible when there's certain things that come up that are unique. So we have that funding in place for that very purpose.
Okay. And then why are we even talking about air rights? I'm not tracking what air rights, what that means, I guess, for everyone, maybe everyone who might not know, and then why that's even a discussion.
I can explain it to you, but I won't be able to do it as eloquently as Mr. Hernandez could. So if I can ask Mr. Hernandez, potentially he is on the line and he can sort of explain to you air rights and why they're even in play in this particular situation. Mr. Hernandez?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Alan. Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, thanks for letting me attend. So air rights, are generally used in multi-use projects. It's really a way to kind of maximize the space and create individual ownership estates. So it's not uncommon at all to see projects that are kind of stacked. A good example of something that we worked on recently is the Brightline station in downtown Miami, One Central. That's obviously the station below. There's a deck of retail above. There's an office building, an apartment tower on top of it. All those are structured as air parcels and developed, all developed in this case, all developed really through the primary player, but each one of those things can be owned, financed separately, right? And that's pretty much the concept here. I think from my view of the documents proposed, the developer contemplated having commercial units downstairs that might be retail or whatever, but they could be separately owned in a condominium structure, and then the creation of an air parcel above, which would encapsulate the condominium. That's generally the reason why that's done. I think it's a maximization of the space and the ability to create separate estates. I hope that's responsive.
Yeah, that's great. So just from a layperson's perspective, so if you had, a 10-story tall building, you could have separate air rights to each story almost. And
correct.
Separate entity. Okay.
Yeah, you could actually create air parcels almost any way you want. Typically it's done through a declaration, which just creates the parcels and subjects the whole property to, the recognition of the parcels, and then the other necessary things like vertical easements for utilities and other things, and elevators and ingress and egress and that kind of thing. So yeah, you can mix up the air parcels any way you want, but it's generally done kind of some logical fashion like that.
Okay, and so what's your role? Just a basic understanding. So you're evaluating this proposed air rights possible agreement. Is that what you're doing to see if it's viable or if it's favorable to the city?
So our scope of representation was, we were asked to basically be kind of helpful to the city council with respect to these condominium issues, and to the extent and advise on them. For example, to make sure that what's being proposed from what we've seen in the documents is reasonable, within the Condominium Act, can be done, to point out some of the practical issues for the city with respect to how it's developed and how it operates going forward, et cetera.
Okay, and so have you made an ultimate determination on those items you've just listed?
Well, not really. What we've seen so far, and we haven't really negotiated anything. We've just kind of seen what some ideas that I think the developer has with respect to how they want to do it. And so the way I'd characterize what we've done so far is we've just reviewed and kind of talked about and contemplated what's been kind of proposed by the developer, and then I've given my input to Alan and Lynn on what my thoughts are with respect to and some comments of in general nature about the condominium structure.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Mayor. So I just wanted to kind of get this better understanding, and so some of this background out there. I'm happy to ask more questions, but I can pause now too for you, Mayor, and for the public.
Okay, sounds good. Any other questions from the members of the commission?
Well, I have questions also, but I don't know when you want me to ask them.
You can ask them now.
Okay, I have 6 questions. Robert Lockery, come on up. Robert, just to follow up with what Ben was saying, the air rights, can this project be built without air rights? I mean, this seems to be a sticking point for a lot of people.
Yeah, the air rights portion of it really, sorry, again, Robert Lockery on behalf of the tenant. Yes, the air rights portion relates to the way that the property is ultimately conveyed, subdivided, and financed as it moves forward. The site plan approval, when you say before, the site plan approval aspects have nothing to do with the ownership aspects. Those are two separate aspects to the project.
But can the condos be built without including air rights?
Well, if you're going to build condos, you would typically separate the commercial portions from the air right portions that are up above. That's consistent with most of the developments you see, for example, in downtown Fort Lauderdale, where the commercial ground floor components are broken up as a separate entity.
Okay, so that has to do with, just like you said.
Yeah, if you're going to be selling these condos, that's correct.
Okay, so you do need the air rights.
And even if it wasn't even a condo, and a lot of rental projects do the same thing. Projects up and down Federal Highway, for example, are often, sometimes they're condominiumized and then still remain rental, or you actually convey out the residential portion from the commercial portion. A commercial owner ends up buying the commercial pieces, and a residential owner will have the residential piece of a project.
Okay. I've also received a lot of emails about private condominiums being built on public land. Do you know if there are is there a precedent for this being done? Are there other properties in our city where private condos or rentals are built on public land?
Well, certainly there's examples throughout the country and world, I suppose. In Fort Lauderdale, yes. I mean, some of the examples I can think of are New River Landing. There's 3 projects that are circulated on Broward County property owned by Broward County that are under 100-year leases. New River Trading Post is property owned by the city of Fort Lauderdale that was condominiumized under a 50-year lease. So yeah, there's at least 4 examples I can think of off the top of my head, and others as well, which are in the example, for example, New River Landing. That's a very large residential project subject to.
Okay, so when you when the developer built the residential on the city or county-owned land, they needed at least a 50-year lease in order to do so. Some projects had a 100-year lease
from
the beginning. So this has been done. It's not unheard of, and they do need a 50-year or at least 50 or 100-year lease. Okay. Robert, is there anything being added to this lease in particular that's very different besides the time different from 2017 or when you had your lease originally? I know it was before 2017.
Yes, the concept of creating, of specifically providing within the lease itself that it will be broken up into additional leases as it's developed is a new concept. That was in the lease. In addition to that, probably the other most significant change is the increase in revenue and the recalibration of the rates, still subject to negotiation with the city, that's also being proposed to the city.
Okay, so are you talking about subleases, basically?
Two different things. So one I'm talking about is actually a little different than a sublease. It actually breaks it out and is its own independent lease. And then when I was talking about revenue, I'm talking about the overall sharing of revenue
that we get back. That's okay, right. So those are the main differences that we will see if we choose to negotiate with the lease with you. Okay, so like you said, the site plan is pretty much staying the same at this point, unless there's some appetite.
Unless there's an appetite to do it as part of a negotiation of a lease. I mean, again, back to my earlier comment that Vice Mayor called me on, and everything's on the table.
Right. So public access and public amenities on public land, that's important to me. Can you describe what the public access is now at BHMR? And are you also giving us additional public amenities with the new site plan, or just kind of high level?
Certainly, yeah. And the lease does speak to that, but I think as important as that, the site plan approval speaks to it. And there was specific conditions that were actually negotiated that night in this room that provide for the mechanisms of that. I think the biggest portion of that is a 20-foot wide promenade, which is a multi-purpose bicycle and pedestrians along the entire perimeter of the property. So it starts at the south end from essentially where the city's marina or fire station is, comes up, goes all the way around the property, and then hopefully could connect to the city's Swimming Hall of Fame property, and then ultimately to the Los Olas Marina. I mean, the idea is to have a unified pedestrian path, but it's over half a mile. In addition to 3 park spaces, which are in the existing site plan now, but as a condition of the approval, those spaces actually have to be available to the public as well as park space.
Okay. Infrastructure is important also to our city. I believe you just financially, or BHMR did, I should say, the ownership may have contributed to the FDOT pedestrian bridge. Is that?
Yes, I was not involved in the
You weren't involved
specifics
in
of
that?
that,
Okay.
but I do know that I believe that the developer contributed as well as the city. Not getting nods though, but I think
Contributed to what? What was
To the
it?
FDOT
to the pedestrian bridge.
That's correct.
The
They
BHMR
did
contributed
contribute. Yes, they
in the
they
city
paid
and
for that
FDOT.
project.
It was a partnership with the three. Okay.
And there were some pretty significant, or there are some significant upgrades, infrastructure upgrades that are associated with the project that was approved, whether that's where we stay,
Right.
including bringing the entire site up to meet sea level rise requirements, new infrastructure to serve the site, including a new lift station, all at the cost and expense of the developer.
Okay, so that's our land, and the applicant will make the sea level rise improvements on our land.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so so speaking
And the
of
lease doesn't speak to that, by the way, but I'm sure the new lease
the
will.
lease, right? And I know
Existing lease
we're mixing them a little bit together now, but since when I was on the commission last time, we really didn't discuss this. So I did watch the meeting, obviously in 2017 before I was elected. But I thank you for kind of helping all that merge. I do know that, and I do like the public marina aspect of BHMR currently. And I know, I guess Suntech operates their marina. I also like the charter boats that operate there. We have quite a few on the north side and the south side. So I just want to make sure when we move forward that they are protected and they have a home.
Yeah, I don't believe the existing lease, well, I know the existing lease does not speak to that at all, but certainly that's an item that could be discussed as far as relates to a new lease on the property as well.
Yes, and that's important to me too. So once again, when I look at this, I want to preserve as many public amenities, public access as possible. It is public land. So speaking of public land that we own, I know we're subleasing it, obviously, but where do we play a part in? And this is going to be this could be a long answer, so I don't want it to be. So let's just keep it high level. So the boat show, the reason why this project I think was even approved in 2017 was because I think we had a good agreement and a good partnership with the boat show. So we want to ensure that moving forward, even after this commission is gone, the boat show has a great relationship with all of our public property down there, from the Las Olas Marina to this piece of property. How are we able to sit at the table and be a part of that? It doesn't seem like we as the city and the landowner, like we have the opportunity to be a part of the negotiations. I don't even think we've seen a lease between the boat show. And maybe we don't need to, but I think we maybe should. Is there any way, if we were willing to negotiate a new lease, is there any way for us to kind of sit at the table with that process too?
Here's what I can say about the boat show. Right now, as I understand it, I've not seen the agreement myself, but as I understand it, the agreement with the boat show does have a non-disclosure provision. So that would require both sides to waive that. In addition, we know that the site plan, when it was approved in 2017, did have this support, the vocal support in this chamber of the boat show. But again, as we move forward, I'm sure there'll be a lot of things to be discussed. The city is not in that relationship between the boat show and the tenant, similar to Las Olas Marina. The city's not directly in that tenant, but
right. I know we're not, but I'm thinking maybe we could be, and maybe we're not. Maybe we don't sit at that table. I'd like to hear from my other commissioners. Maybe not today, but later.
Well, I can say this: we are again thankful to hear all these comments.
Right.
Even if I don't have answers to them,
and maybe the boat show doesn't want us to be involved. So I'm just thinking thoughts out loud.
Yeah, I can't speak for them.
Forgive me for doing that, but this is my only opportunity to do so. So my concerns when I kind of process all of those were, want to make sure the boat show is protected, our charter boats are protected, air rights, I really didn't understand, but I guess it has to do with the mixed use, public amenities on public land. Thank you for that promenade. I hope the Swimming Hall of Fame has an equally lovely promenade if they're listening. Let's see, the contract from now to then. And then you helped explain that, yes, it can be done and it has been done. Obviously, condos on city or county owned land. That's it for me. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, great. Any other questions?
Yeah, I've got some more for Robert. Thanks, Mayor. Robert, were air rights not part of the original lease?
When you say the original lease, you mean the lease, the 1995 lease that's been amended. It does not. That's correct.
And so why not? Why is that a new request or feature?
It ties to the specific request to allow for condominium units on the property. I believe.
Okay.
There may be other reasons as well, but that's.
So it facilitates the condo build and ownership.
That's correct.
Process
That is correct.
Okay. How many?
I mean, there's a lot of subleases obviously existing. If the existing property has subleases on it, every tenant who comes in. So that part's not unusual at all.
Subleases.
Correct.
Unusual.
And that's essentially what these are. They're just dimensional. They're not two-dimensional leases. They're three-dimensional leases.
Right. Yep. What are the major subleases you have? Like give me some of the big examples.
I don't have that list, Commissioner. I apologize for the tenants. I know there are a number of ship brokers who lease property within the site. In the middle area, there are offices, some of which have been converted. I know one is converted into a gym who has a lease. Yep. So those are the types of uses that are contemplated there. And that is all not only contemplated, but encouraged in the existing lease. Sure. So it recognizes that there will be retail, restaurant, bars. Back to the 1962 lease that started all this, that was Patricia Murphy's Out on the Water, which has been gone before this tenant came in. But so there have always been various leases among the property.
Are the docks themselves subleased?
Yes, they are.
Okay, to like individuals, or how are those?
I believe it's the Suntex Marine.
Those are all subleased to Suntex. Okay.
Well, and when you say subleases, I mean someone rents a dock space. In a sense, that's a sublease, but for the week or for the month or whatever the case may be.
Right,
just
but the
like
broader
hotel room,
Right, but the broader is the Suntex. Okay. Let me see. Okay, great. I just got a couple questions, Mayor, for Alan.
Sure, go ahead.
Thanks, Robert. Alan, what happened? So there's 41 years left on the lease. Is that right?
2062, whatever that 43, 40, yeah, 40.
2062?
Yeah, don't challenge my math. Yeah.
Yeah, I won't make you do math in public. What happens if there's no lease extension or change to just what's existing right now? What happens in 2062?
At a very high level, the lease ends. We basically keep everything that's on the property, including down to the beds in the hotel and everything. Everything's ours. Everything remains.
So I won't be here to take the keys for that, Ben, but I hope you will be.
I think you're going to be mayor emeritus at that point.
Yeah, exactly.
So you'll still be. I'll push you around. I'll take care of you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, Alan, thanks. That helps so if we do nothing in 2062, all the property, all the improvements all revert to the city.
Correct.
Chris, you and I had talked about this because I was interested in kind of trying to drill into the numbers on this, the seawall and the impact of, climate change and kind of the improvements. If the city were to own this, the lease were to end and we were responsible, can you give us a little bit of the analysis on what's the seawall lineal foot and the cost to improve?
I can, Commissioner. Yes. When you asked that question, I did a very, very rough back of the napkin, did a quick measurement with Google Earth and compared it to the Cordova project that we just finished with the seawall to get in the ballpark of what a modern day seawall would cost. So with those disclaimers, I can tell you that it looks as though there's just shy of 4,000 linear feet of seawall adjacent to the Bahia Mar property. If we did that on a comparison basis with the project at Cordova, recognizing that resiliency is more than just raising sea balls. So that's a component of making a parcel resilient. But that would put it probably in the $6 to $8 to $10 million range. That's a big range, but there's a lot of unknowns, and I've made a lot of assumptions in giving you that number. But if that gives you some perspective of whether it's tens of millions versus hundreds of millions versus 50 or 60 million, hopefully that compares it to a current project.
Well, didn't we spend $6 million for Cordova?
We did.
Exactly.
Right. So this is many more times.
They were both about 4,000 feet, 4,000 linear feet.
Oh, okay. I didn't think Cordova was that long.
It is. It's just over 4,100 feet.
Okay.
Okay. So, and thank you, Chris. So we're looking, 6 to 10 million range for what else? Like, again, we've got a lot of options, extending the lease, doing different things there, not doing anything. If we didn't do anything, in addition to probably need to improve the seawalls, what else would we need to do as a city to maintain this property or handle it?
I don't know that. I guess just generally to maintain it in its current condition would be ongoing maintenance. Really, it depends on future use, what type of maintenance that would require. Obviously, different levels of maintenance for different levels of building growth and density.
And the city could operate or contract with an entity to operate the marina. Is that possible there?
I don't see why it would be impossible. So,
is your question under the current lease?
No, not under the current.
Whether or not has to do it.
If we own the land and there's no, sure. I mean, you could contract with who you ever want to run the marina, assuming that we're outside of this current lease.
Right, exactly. Great. I think last question for the time, Mayor, is Chris, I want to talk about the boat show, and have you had any discussion I know there's contractually, it seems like, I'm not clear of all of it, but it seems like there's some limitations as to who can say what. Do you have any sense in terms of the boat show? Is, the current state of Bahia Mar, is that a positive or a negative for the boat show? Would this new site plan that they're proposing be helpful or not? That has already been proposed be helpful or not? Any feedback on that?
I do not have any feedback on that. I'd have to think through that. I've really, to some degree, not taken a real thorough look at what's been proposed here at this point because we haven't gotten it through a sufficiency review in our legal department yet. So I don't want to venture a guess and say that it would be favorable or it wouldn't be. I do know that there are all sorts of disclosure issues when it comes to those different contracts with the different parties out there. And so at this point, I do not have an answer for you to that question.
Okay. Great. Okay, that's good. Mayor, I'm good for right now.
Okay. Anybody else on the commission wishing to ask questions? All right, there being none. All right, so let us now proceed. I apologize for the delay, but I think those questions were important. So we begin with Nancy Thomas, followed by Bill Cole, followed by Betty O'Connor, followed by Marilyn Mamano. Are you Nancy?
Hi, good afternoon. Nancy Thomas. I've been a 34-year resident of Harbor Inlet. I'll make this quick. I'm doing the introduction for the group of Lauderdale Tomorrow. We're a group of residents dedicated to preserving the city by ensuring its sustainable future. We first met a few years ago to talk about Bahia Mar, the future, since it's arguably the most valuable piece of public land in the city. Since then, the group's voluntarily worked on many other important issues like its failing sewer system. In early February, we discovered that there were ongoing and secretive conversations between the city attorney and the Bahia Mar tenant, Ron Bahia Mar, about building and selling condominiums on the property, requiring a new 50-year lease with a 50-year extension. We were very concerned to learn that while there had been no public discussion on this matter, there was actually a timetable laid out by the tenant to bring it before the commission in February. And we were startled to learn that 4 commission members claimed they were unaware that lease negotiations had begun between the city attorney and the tenant in October of 2019. So this special meeting was set for public discussion about whether or not to move forward with Ron Bahia Mar's desired lease negotiations. I want to go very quickly to a review of how this whole thing started. The Bahia Mar property was purchased with municipal recreation bonds in 1947 from the federal government. These funds were used to purchase it and renovate it. The intent to spend the money on municipal recreation facilities was clearly spelled out in court and bond documents. A 1953 voter referendum ensured that the parcel east of Seabreeze would remain a public beach forever. didn't comment on the west side of Seabreeze, but the bonds were spent on creating a marina that would help establish the reputation of Fort Lauderdale as the boating capital of the world. Every lease on this property has perpetuated the goal to maintain the character of the property as a marina. Ron Bahia Mar knew this when they purchased the lease from Blackstone in 2014. They knew the contents of the lease they were buying, and they knew that there were 48 years left on the lease. They had no reasonable expectation that it would be extended. Pardon me. So as of December 2017, the tenant had an approved site plan and was well aware there were 45 years left. Nearly 2 years after the site plan was approved, the tenant wrote to the city manager asking to, quote, either commence negotiations or make a formal request to the city commission on our behalf to begin negotiations for a new 50-year ground lease and 50-year option agreement.
Thank you. Mr. Cole.
Good afternoon. Before I start my comments, I just wanted to get one thing clear. It sounded like earlier conversation, there was no lease in existence, no proposed lease in existence.
Say that again?
Because there is a proposed lease in existence now. It is being talked about.
Well, it hasn't been proposed to the commission yet. It's just been discussed at staff level.
So there is there's a proposal been made and it is floating around out there.
Correct.
Because it sounded like we hadn't gotten to that point.
We haven't gotten to that point.
It's also interesting that the tenant has made 3 comments in the last year, since I think the end of 19, that he feels he has the support of at least 3 commissioners for extending the lease. I don't know how that happens, but I think we're a lot farther along in this process than what's been discussed so far. But let me just make some comments here. It's been over 3 years since the site plan was approved. Only the fishing village is being permitted. Kenny Tate wrote on March 12th, assuming we can reach a fair and equitable agreement with the city of Fort Lauderdale, which we believe we can, we will finally be able to develop this property and open it up for the public's use and enjoyment. There is absolutely nothing preventing them from developing this property now. They're not waiting for anything from the city. In the 2017 Planning and Zoning report, staff wrote, the applicant is proposing construction phasing plan to be constructed within the 7-year time frame for more than one principal structure as provided for the city's ULDR. We're almost halfway through that 7 years, and I've heard about the bridge being fixed, but I haven't seen anything regarding the site plan being done. Now they want us to believe that lease extension is needed before they could develop the property. Just not true. There's no current appraisal of the property. How do you negotiate what you're going to do, and what you're going to charge, and how a lease will work if you don't have the terms and the current value, the value of the site since the approval in 2016. Before that, it was appraised at $218 million, and we don't know what it stands for today. Maybe if we get some answers to those things, what the value is worth today, the land value is, what the lease value is, we can come to some conclusions. Of course, that raises another important point. This is not just about money. Renegotiating opens the door for private residents to be built on public land. That may have happened before, but this is a large and as described jewel of Fort Lauderdale. And it was bought with recreation bonds, and the intent was to have a marina character for the duration. And that no longer exists because in this current lease that's being talked about, it changes the character to one of a marina is still on the list, but it's only one of several things on the list.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. Thank you. Betty O'Connor, followed by Marilyn Mamano, followed by James Bartholomew, who I think is appearing virtually.
Hi, I'm Betty O'Connor. I'm a 60-year resident. I live at Isle of Palms off Las Olas. If you would ever decide you want to consider a proposal on Bahia Mar from anyone, do not consider this one. Why not? Number one, we, the city holds all the cards now. We have something they want, more time on the lease. Please negotiate from a position of strength. Number two, the tenant is requesting to be allowed to subdivide. Dividing that property into 7 or 8 parcels would impact the value of the property and have other repercussions. Don't do it. Number 3, the tenant's offer is way too little. In fact, previous offers from the same tenant should be mentioned. 2 quick examples. In 2015, the tenant offered $1 million base for base rent in a lease proposal. Today, they're offering $600,000. In 2015, the tenant offered $1.20 per square foot for annual condo rent. Today, they're offering $1. A significant difference when you consider there is 1 million plus square feet of residential approved in the site plan. Number 4, the tenant proposes to strip the city commission of its authority to oversee the use and development of the site. It calls for the city manager to make decisions, and if not done in a timely fashion, then it is assumed the request or change is approved. The term city manager can be found 71 times in their proposed lease. The term city commission, only 16. You need to retain the power as landlord with the city commission. This is public land. Number 5, the tenant wants to change the character of Bahia Mar. Currently, the tenant is required to quote unquote maintain the character of Bahia Mar as a marina. The tenant is proposing to change that to quote unquote maintain the character of the premises as a marina, hotel, retail, commercial, and mixed-use resort development, including multifamily residential dwelling uses and all of the other uses contemplated to section 21 above. Just remember what the bonds were supposed to do. Number 6, the tenant even proposes to change this simple paragraph. The name Bahia Mar shall be preserved by the lessor, that's us, retains the right to use the name Bahia Mar in its advertising as a publicly owned facility. Now the tenant wants to add this qualifier. Subject to complying with lessee's requirements to preserve the quality of its right to the trademark Bahia Mar. Don't do this. And finally, the tenant wants to sell air rights to subleases. What does this even mean? And why would our city ever agree to that? And what impact would it have on the boat show? This will kill Bahia Mar. If you don't own the air over the land, you own nothing. As Mr. Lockery said, this is the jewel of Fort Lauderdale. Keep it the jewel. Thank you.
Thank you. Marilyn Mamano, followed by James Bartholomew, followed by Bill Brown.
My name is Marilyn Mamano. I live in the Harbordale area.
Could you speak into the microphone a little bit?
My name is Marilyn Mamano. I live in the Harbordale area of Fort Lauderdale. As you could probably see, this proposed lease is in the public domain. You can see from the previous comments that we have actually looked at this lease and scrutinized it, and we are giving you some comments today about terms of the proposed lease, some of which you probably are not aware. But I want to focus on one particular part of this project, and this should be of very good interest to you, Commissioner Moritas, because you're very concerned about open space. The site plan hearing in December of 2017 lasted for hours. It was extraordinarily controversial. Many concerns were expressed about open space on the site plan. You will recall, Mayor, when you were Commissioner Trentalis and the former Mayor Jack Seiler, you and members of the public were negotiating about the public open space at 3 o'clock in the morning. Initially, the developer, the tenant at that time, was going to give us a fantastic open space, which consisted of 20-foot walkway around the property and a few small little areas between buildings, one of which was on the intercoastal waterway. The tenant referred to this as a grand benefit. Initially, the tenant wanted to limit public access to this open area for 8 private events a month. You remember this? And at the tenant's discretion and for his benefit, literally, the so-called public open space could be used for private parties most of the time. Then it was 8 days a month. So we were down to no public access just on the weekends. Then we got down to 6 days a month and everybody threw in the towel and we all went home. Those are the same terms that he is offering in the proposed new lease. Does this sound like progress to anyone? I just want you to keep in mind that Bahia Mar was purchased with municipal recreation bonds, and its primary purpose should be for recreation. But keeping in mind in your deliberations tonight that the tenant, through his representative, has just told you that everything's on the table. Well, if you want to sit down for a new meal, what do you really want on the menu? To to continue that that metaphor. Okay, you're in a position to decide for us, for the people, as you're our representatives, what it is we want to happen on Bahia Mall going forward. If you want to stick with the current tenant and the current lease and the current site plan, that's fine. But if you want to go and look at some alternative operations, we urge you to think big, think creatively, and think much more public open space. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you. Mr. Bartholomew, are you on the line?
Recognize star 6, Mr. Bartholomew. Star 6.
Let me know if you folks can hear me. I just tried to.
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Wonderful. Thank you for the time. So I have a few comments. Apologies that one of them is not of the comment I was planning to make today, but I was longtime president of New River Landing, the condominium that Mr. Lockery referenced in his comments. As a starting point, I want to that we are under has been I think it's entirely irresponsible for the city to consider going into one of these leases, especially under the terms that we've so far been given. One of the reasons why has been stated by the city attorney already, which is that at the end of the lease, the ground reverts to city control. So the condominium owners can have their real estate investment go to zero. Basically, what this allows the developer to do is develop a property where they can capture the profits and the losses are socialized to the people who don't understand the complex lease agreements. As I've said, I've done a lot of work to get out of this. I've had to deal with the city. The city has not had a great track record with respect to how they engage in these leases. They have an easement on my property. They took about 1.5 acres of our land and sold it to private use, preventing us from using it for about a decade. Luckily, the city is making progress towards rectifying that in an agreement with the county. I'm going to skip the rest of the details on this due to time, but I want the city to take that under strong advisement that you should absolutely not engage in a city-owned land. Secondarily, I've received emails from an individual claiming to either represent or be a representative of Tate Capital that have been threatening in nature, including one that says he will make my life a living hell for opposing the project. I don't think the city should engage in that type of rhetoric. I think that if this individual does have a relationship with Tate, the city should know about it. I'm going to forward you guys the email so you have the record. And if not, then Tate has not done anything wrong in that case. But again, this individual has made numerous representations to me and sent, more than one email that's been of a threatening nature. And it makes me think that people from New River Landing may not be engaging in this discussion because of the rhetoric. In addition to that, I want to say that the city already owns this property. Again, echoing the previous caller's comments, you hold all the cards and you should know your hurdle rate. So unless Bahia Mar, Tate Capital is coming to the table and offering $1 billion or some sum that is vastly above your hurdle rate for this leased property, there's no reason for you guys to entertain this negotiation. And I sincerely hope you won't. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. William Brown, followed by Ina Lee, followed by Abby Laughlin, who I believe is in person. Mr. Brown, are you there?
Good afternoon, Mayor.
Good afternoon.
Vice Mayor and members of the commission. William Brown, I go by Bill, as most of you know. I'm the president of the Central Beach Alliance. In the interest of your time, I'm going to be very to the point. What I'm about to read to you is from a meeting that the Central Beach Alliance Board of Directors crafted a statement to be read today because we've not had a chance to have a meeting with our membership about this because we just obtained the beginning of or the end of last week some of the proposed draft leases, and thankfully the vice mayor was able to get things put on backup material for this meeting today at his request. So we commend him for that fine job. And so therefore, the board typically does not vote or take positions on matters, but we felt it was very important to make a statement to this commission. And that is, the developer has an approved lease with 42 years remaining and a site plan that was approved in 2017. We, in this case, The city of Fort Lauderdale, who is the landlord, is under no obligation to renegotiate the lease. What's the rush? The leasee has done nothing with an approved site plan for the past 4 years. Changing the use of public land is a big issue and demands the input of the citizens. Any changes to the current lease could impact public land owned by the citizens of Fort Lauderdale. The draft proposed lease released by the city attorney is complex and contains issues that we possibly do not support. Citizens deserve any proposed changes to be vetted by independent experts and real estate appraisers. We, the citizens, own this land. The leasee is our tenant, and I say that strongly, our tenant. Please just say no to this proposed draft lease and any extension to the current lease at the present time. Please take your time, think about the future, and seek input from the citizens on the future of this valuable parcel of public land. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Ina Lee, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Good afternoon, everybody. As you know, I have been since the 80s a strong proponent on the transformation and redevelopment of the beach so that we become a world-class destination. And I've worked tirelessly to that end. I see no problem with the city beginning to have a conversation about the lease. You're not approving anything. You're just going into negotiation. And so nothing's being approved. All sides will be heard from. The public will have an opportunity to give input as you go through your process thoughtfully. And I think it's time, after all this time, to transform that property into the most it can be. And things have changed, folks. This destination has changed. We need to take a look at what is best right now for the beach destination, for the cities, and also for the visitors coming into this destination. So I urge you to begin to have a thoughtful conversation about the proposed new lease. No one's talking about a redoing of the site plan, but what is going to work in the best interest of everyone right now. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Abby Laughlin, followed by Kevin Kodish, followed by Segev. Not going to pronounce this right. You know who you are. Abby Laughlin, are you there? Yeah.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Mayor and Commissioners, for scheduling this discussion. I'm a landlord, and if there is one thing I want for my tenants, it is for them to be successful. I'll do whatever I can to help them succeed and be prosperous. And then if on top of it, if they want to improve my property at their expense, all the better. If they are doing well, paying rent, adding value to the community, of course I would want to give them a lease extension. I don't want my property sitting empty, deteriorating, or not producing rent. I would think that we as a city would want the same thing for land that we own, a successful, prosperous tenant that wants to improve our property at their expense. Ron Bahia Mar is the rightful tenant of this property. Don't you want them to build the best possible product, something that will last for 100 years? Sure, there might be financing out there for condos with a 50-year land lease, but don't you want your tenant to build the best product, offer the best financing terms to their clients, not the worst ones? Don't you want them to be successful? Here's what Dean said this week about the Joint Government Center, another piece of publicly owned land. Whatever we build is going to last for the next 100 years. It would be a great investment in our community. I'm hoping whatever the cost is, we can sharpen our pencils. What, Bahia Mar, whatever Bahia Mar builds doesn't get to be worthy of 100 years? Why do we have to have an inferior product on the beach? Dean also says in the article, this is the entry point to my city. We want to make sure it's a wow gateway. Doesn't the beach get to have a wow gateway? Is the only thing stopping that your inability or unwillingness to deal with a complex real estate transaction? And in regards to the history of Bahia Mar, why don't you ask Heather Moritas or Robert McKenzie how they feel about it? Their families have lived in Fort Lauderdale longer than anyone else on this commission. If anyone has a historic perspective, it's them. You can do this. You are the Can-Do Commission. If you can figure out how to drill through miles of limestone to create an underwater train tunnel to the beach, surely you can figure out how to negotiate a lease extension that's above ground. So do what Dean says, sharpen your pencils, and make this work. Thank you.
Thank you. Always love to be quoted. Thank you, Ms. Fluff. But let's just keep in mind that when we talk about the government center, we are using public land, but it's for a public purpose, a government center. Okay, Kevin Kodish, followed by Segev Spatz, followed by Caroline Maza Bartholomew.
Good afternoon.
Kevin.
Yes.
Good
Yes,
afternoon.
sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and distinguished commissioners, as well as our community. First off, I am a resident of New River Landing, and I would like to apologize for Mr. Bartholomew's statements. It's certainly not the arena to bring that up. He has been a bully in this building and knocked down from president to vice president to director in the last month and a half because of some of his actions. Moving forward, yes, we do have a ground lease similar to what Mr. Tate is asking, and I fully support what the development is looking to do for our community. I may go off the charts here, but I am a South Florida native and South Florida resident and have chosen to move from my hometown of Miami Beach to Fort Lauderdale. And, you know, I look at this proposed development as compared to Pier 66, which is also a very historic landmark in this community that was just recently torn down, be it not under the same type of a lease proposal from the city, but at the same time, redevelopment that is going to bring upscale restaurants, upscale marina, upscale condominiums, and a new hotel. And I would suggest that this property development that is being discussed right now is going to do the same thing for our area. Very recently, we've all seen the chaos that has been taking place down on South Beach, which is very near and dear to me. And this is trying to be reversed by the Miami Beach City Mayor, Dan Gelber, also a friend of mine who I grew up with. The issue being it's all historic hotels that were never redeveloped. So they're really $150, $200 a night hotels with bars. So it's more of a bar with a hotel scene. And that's what I don't want to see to happen in my new home in Fort Lauderdale. I truly believe that the Fort Lauderdale Boat Show will be the best in class when it's redeveloped and brought into the future. There will be numerous jobs. I think I've heard numbers of 1,000 new jobs into the area, as well as multi-million dollars in tax revenue, upwards of going from 1.5 million currently that the city receives up to 9 million in taxes per year plus 20 million. So when you extrapolate that number out, if we were to stay under the current scenario, should there nothing be changed, it would be 41 years with $62 million in tax revenue versus 50 years with just the 450 million would be from the $9 million increase in taxes alone.
All right, thank you.
Add that.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'll finish up real quick.
Finish your sentence.
Yes, sir. Add $20 million per year in additional revenue from stores, restaurants, apartments. I think this is a great thing for the city. It's a great thing to upgrade the area so that we can alleviate and not have the same problems that my home of South Beach does, which is why I moved out here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And once again, I apologize for Mr. Bartholomew on behalf of New River Landing.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Segev Spatz, followed by Carol Ann Bartholomew, followed by Steve Gannon.
Good afternoon, Mayor and ladies and gentlemen.
How do you pronounce your last name?
My last name is pronounced Spatz.
Spatz, okay. Thank you.
Of course, thank you for asking, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with everyone today. I'm representing and I'm with everyone at the friendsofbahiyamar.com. We basically are running like a petition in support of this, and we also have quite a bit of information on what the project will be entailing on the website as well. Basically, I'm a longtime South Florida resident living in Fort Lauderdale since I was about 6 years old. Right now, I'm about 21. And I have 3 siblings in the area as well. One thing that I've noticed over the past few years is a lot of the attractions for younger people are fading away. My brother, for example, who's 16, he doesn't have much to do when leaving the house since, you know, most of the areas such as Boomers and a lot of the public attractions that he used to go to are no longer available for him to attend. Bahia Mar, basically through the new embodiment and the vision that they're looking at, will basically build a new public area as well for the public to enjoy, such as the boardwalk, the new marina, which may or may not be home to the South Florida Boat Show, and various other aspects as well. 2 parks where people will be able to play, and a lot of public enjoyment that is currently missing from South Florida. I feel that a lot of it is basically very revenue centered around here in South Florida. So this will basically build another factor or implement a factor that people will be able to enjoy public areas without a fee or without having to pay to get in.
All right. All right. Well, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Carol Ann Bartholomew, followed by Steve Gannon, followed by Kurt Meister. Is Carol Ann on the line?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
How are
Good
you?
afternoon. Thank you. My name is Carol Ann Mazza Bartholomew, and I've been living in Fort Lauderdale for many years. First came here in 1972. I live in Mayamarca. Anyway, I am against any changes to this current lease. There is no public and private condos. We already have an inkling of the lessee's approach to public access with the locked bridge over A1A that our dollars at least partially paid for and the public cannot access. I've entered the property and I've been questioned by security guards, so I'm not confident in claims of public access. Mr. Hernandez used the words individual ownership to explain the air rights, and Mr. Lockery used the word conveyed. These are ownership words that are used to to denote a transfer of land to private entities. This is not a benefit to the city. It is a benefit to a private developer who would have to pay millions of dollars for land like this if it were private. This is a giveaway in disguise, and we can never get this land back after condos are built. There are many options between giving this land away and keeping Bahia Mar as it is. Let's explore them. There have been no real discussions about how to enhance this property for all of our benefits. Let's have them. Mr. Lockery called this land one of the jewels of our city. It is. Please do not give it away. Please do not extend or renegotiate this lease. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Steve Gannon, followed by Kurt Meister, followed by John Burns. Steve, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. Thank you. Steve Gannon, President, Lauderdale Beach Homeowners Association, speaking personally, not for the association. I'll be short, echoing a lot of people. I won't echo what everyone else has said, but last night I heard someone say, call this precious public parcel. And it really resonates. Precious. This is it. We need to not have any residential whatsoever on that property. And we need to run out the lease, because this developer lessee is uncooperative and has a lot of things going on, and it's too complicated. We don't want to be in the condo business. We don't want to be in such a complicated thing, and I'm ready. I think we should run out the lease for 40 years and then get it right then, but not give away the farm for 100 years. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Kurt Meister, followed by John Burns, followed by Thomas Leotsakos. Kurt, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Good afternoon, Mayor and esteemed city commissioners.
My name is Kurt Meister, and I live in the Venetian condominium on One Las Olas Circle. I've been a resident here for 11 years. I'm also a current member of our Board of Governors. I moved here from New York City to escape the hustle and bustle of a noisy, crowded, and overdeveloped city. But I'm concerned that with all current development going on, that Fort Lauderdale will lose its charm, which is the reason why people decide to vacation here and make it their home, which is why I'm here to oppose the developments on this proposed project as is. I'm here to ask you to vote no on opening negotiations to extend the current land lease from 41 years to a 100-year lease. I'm asking you to vote no to building private condominiums on taxpayer-owned public land, and also to vote no to allowing the developer who seeks tremendous financial gain at the expense of the taxpayers. The public owns this land. As you all know, the Barrier Island is already congested with excessive traffic and noise. I can't even imagine what 7 condo buildings containing over 650 units plus 200,000 square feet of commercial, retail, and office will do to our already overclogged roadways. This area is experiencing failing roadways due to excessive traffic. Please, let's try to preserve the best of Fort Lauderdale Beach and not lose its wonderful and peaceful charm that so many people come to love and respect. Thank you.
Thank you. John Burns. John, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me now? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
The tenant is asking the city to renegotiate a lease and gives us a draft lease that is so one-sided that it is distasteful and unbelievable. At the District 2 pre-agenda meeting last night, it was discussed that these proposed documents should all be thrown out with the trash. The condominium leases and the phased leases are a non-starter. We have no obligation to renegotiate the lease. If the tenant wants to offer the citizens something substantial, let him present it, but to the public and in the sunlight. Until the tenant puts something on the table that is reasonable, fair, and equitable, then no further discussions or time spent on it from the city attorney, etc., should happen. Do not support the proposed leases. Do not support renegotiating the lease without considerable input from the public on the possibilities of the public use of this property. You should be disappointed in the secrecy that has surrounded the actions of the city attorney. In my opinion, the city attorney has lost the trust and confidence of the citizens of Fort Lauderdale. In an earlier conference meeting, one commissioner stated he would follow the lead of the District 2 commissioner. I hope you will all join unanimously to reject these bad faith secret discussions. We have a chance to create a legacy similar to Lockhart Stadium, the Panthers practice arena, and other notable projects. You should take the time and do it right. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Liutsakos, followed by Shirley Smith, followed by Paul Chettle. Tom, are you there? Is Tom there? Do you see him on the line? All right, if he comes up, we'll call him back. Shirley Smith, followed by Paul Chettle, followed by Martha Gutierrez Steinkamp. Is Shirley on the line? Nope. Okay. If they come back, we'll go back to them. Mr. Chettle, followed by Martha Gutierrez Steinkamp. Mr. Chettle, you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners.
Welcome.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Good.
Yep, we can hear you fine.
So the city attorney received an email in January saying that, and he responded saying there are no negotiations occurring with regards to BHMR. 462 days ago, he received an email from the tenant asking for permission to negotiate the new ground lease, support to start negotiating, commence negotiations with us now, begin negotiations, and commence negotiations. It sounds like we've been negotiating. The second thing I'd like to point out is this email from October 2019 points out that in the February of 2019, there was no consensus by the commission to move forward, but magically by October, there was support to start negotiating. The reason why I bring this up is we have an ordinance in this city and it states that persons who engage in efforts to influence the commission have to be publicly and regularly disclosed. We have the lobbyist log, which I'll submit to the the city clerk, and there's no meetings for those 8 months. So it's interesting to me how we went from we don't have consensus to we have strong support, but we have no meetings in the sunshine. One of the other things that is interesting to me, the city attorney in January of this year said that we have been working on this for about 2 months, and we're very close. Surprisingly, the tenant in November emailed to say, we've actually been working on the terms and conditions for the lease for over 1 year, and we've had proposed lease in the city's hands since June. Another thing that's interesting to me is that on October 6th, the city attorney requested $150,000 with a vague request for thing, and I understand what he just said about he needs to be a little bit vague. But he was asked a direct question by Commissioner Glassman. Commissioner Glassman told his pre-agenda that he checked his notes, he went back in time, and he asked a direct question, and he was not told about Bahia Mall. We just heard from the city attorney saying that he started this council thing at the end of September. Actually, September 10th, which was 27 days before the request, he actually gave the tenant a full description of why it was that he needed special counsel. So yet again, you have the tenant finding out a lot more information than you have the district commissioner or the commission. In addition to that, you have the city attorney was told that 2 of the 5 did not know about the negotiations going on, and he maintained that. He never divulged that to the other 2 commissioners or any commission meeting at all. In addition to that, he was told that this was not to be brought forward before the November election. This was not to be a campaign issue. And again, he perpetuated that. And in actual fact, he actually sent an email to Robert McKenzie reminding him that this matter should not be brought up for approval prior to November. We don't need a campaign manager. We need a city attorney that we can have faith and confidence in. And that's my request. Thank you.
Thank you. Martha Gutierrez Steinkamp, followed by Leanne Barber, followed by Dr. Carol Callahan. Is Martha there? Nope. Leanne Barber, are you available? Leanne? Leanne, you need to unmute yourself.
*6, Leanne, *6. She's recognized, Mayor. Leanne, *6, please. Mayor, she's not unmuting.
All right, we'll get back to her then. Dr. Carol Callahan, followed by Miranda Lopez, followed by Kristen Moss. Is Dr. Callahan there?
I do not see Dr. Callahan.
Okay, how about Miranda? Miranda Lopez?
Miranda Lopez is recognized. *6, please.
Miranda Lopez? Can't wait till we get back to in-person
Mayor, I
meetings.
just saw a couple of hands go up at the same time. Let's recognize, if we can, Trisha Halliday.
Well, she's...
is she in the list?
She might be buried down the list.
She has her hand up. I just want to make sure our system is functioning okay. And somebody that I know is there.
Hi, I'm here.
Unmute.
Hi, Trisha. Why don't you go ahead?
It's going to be very brief because I think everybody has spoken very, very eloquently tonight. As you probably are aware, I am opposed to the business one, and for many of the reasons that have already been addressed, which is the lack of the public open field, I'm so sorry. Here we go. I wasn't expecting to go up this far. the lack of the public open land and the boat show issues. And I just really hope that you will not go and forward anything with the lease this evening, because I really don't think, after everybody that has spoken tonight, I know there was a little bit of an issue between the two residents that have had. I wasn't even aware that the city had public parcels that had private residences on them. However, I just can't imagine us having the city being a condo commando. So I'm really hoping that you would consider not extending the lease or having an additional 50 years on anything, basically due to the air rights and the boat show. So please vote no. Okay?
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I'm so sorry.
Thank you. Do we have Dr. Callahan or Miranda Lopez? Kristen Moss, are you there? Oh, you're in person.
As a resident, I would like to say that I am very...
Could you pull the microphone to your...
Sure, how's that?
Okay, good.
Okay. As a resident, I'm very angry and disappointed with the city manager, with the city attorney, and the elected officials. I agree with what Bill Cole said earlier. This process is a lot further down the road than what I believed it to be. I thought this was just going to be a meeting to decide if you even wanted to look into this whole notion. It's a lot further down the road, and I'm angry about that. From the beginning, the tenant has been a bad tenant. He has written angry letters. He has been disrespectful to you, Mayor, in letters. He has had utter disdain for the residents from the beginning. He has been a bad tenant. He has not fulfilled his obligations or duties or carried out his obligations on the lease. He wanted to fight my husband in the City Hall parking lot. I mean, you know, Joe, he's one of the most respected and likable guys. This tenant is not a good tenant. He is not someone that's here to have a legacy project. He could care less. We should not be dealing with him at all. Let me see here. I do not want you to negotiate anything. We need to follow the existing lease. He will not build condos or private residences or apartments on the existing lease. What you all need to do is enforce the existing lease. It should be a world-class resort. He should be forced to fulfill those obligations. We should not be handing over private or public land for private development. I do not want to hear that this is an opportunity for us to negotiate less density and lower height and all of that. That is a thin veil covering an excuse. We do not have to negotiate any of this with him. Enforce the terms of the lease and do not look at this as an opportunity for us to seek a better deal. And I do not want you to, I want you to remember that all the letters that you've received in support of this, keep in mind that they have had over a year and a half to establish strategy. Residents just found out about this recently. So all those letters of support, the fancy flyers that went out, remember that there are still thousands of people that have signed a variety of petitions. They're still out there. If you want 1,000 letters of opposing this new lease, I will get them. But remember that they have had much more opportunity to get support than the residents have had, because we are just finding about this now. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. Joshua Skorun, Joe Moss, and Noberto Lopez. Is Joshua Skorun there?
Yeah. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you for having me today. Just a couple brief talking points that I have in mind. I support this. I think it's long overdue with improvements to the Bahia Mar. Got a lot of open space, a lot of public access, which doesn't exist today. I think a new luxury hotel, a waterfront restaurant would support this. It would build up the world-class marina that we have already in place down there. I think there'll be millions more in revenue generated from this project, as well as jobs, which we all could use today. So I think it meets the requirements for sustainability and sea level rise. I think this project would only help not only the city, but the tourism that we're lacking right now because of COVID. I think we would make up for all the lost time we had if we did support this project. So that's all I really had to say today. I think it's a good idea,
okay,
to say the least.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Joe Moss, followed by Noberto Lopez, followed by Heather Brink. Mr. Moss, are you there? Is Mr. Moss there? Joe, you need to unmute yourself.
I'm unmuted.
Okay, we can. Yes, we can.
Excellent. Hi, this is Joe Moss. I'm a lifelong resident of Fort Lauderdale, and as the previous woman said, a very, very nice and likable guy. You as a city commission, you guys have a historic opportunity here to gain control of this property. And very candidly, it's a property that's been mismanaged for probably 40 years. There hasn't been a whole lot taken part on it. The marina's been upgraded a little bit, but the grounds themselves haven't changed in decades. What you have to understand is you have all the leverage on what to do with this property. 3-4 years ago, when we considered this, everyone remembers the slogan, it's all about the boat show. Well, the boat show is taken care of. This tenant, and I'll paraphrase what Mr. Lockery had to say, is that if they can get the lease extension, they'll move forward with their apartment complex. The converse is true. If they don't get the lease extension, they're not going to move forward with the apartment complex. And that's the exact reason why nothing's happened on this property since that site plan was approved. The time to get it right is now. You shouldn't even be considering leasing off this property for another 100 years. If you don't extend this lease, the tenant's not going to get financing for the apartment complex. It's never going to be built. And what this meeting really ought to be about today is let's go back and design something that the city wants, similar to what you just did at Los Olas and A1A. Go do your own charrettes, not the tenant charrettes with the apartment buildings all over the place, but come up with a plan that you want to happen to this property, because you can make it happen. If you don't extend the lease, the value of this property to the tenant and to any other third party is going to go down. Commissioner Glassman, you inquired about purchasing out the lease and how the value of it currently is astronomical. I agree with that, but if you send a message out that you're not going to extend the lease, the value starts to decrease, and it's going to decrease immensely over the next 10 years, 15 years, when the tenant and anybody else realizes the city's intent on either designing this property the way they want it, or they're just going to take it back. With regard to Commissioner Moritas' comment about public space. There's a real simple way to improve the public space on this property. That's to remove the iron gate that surrounds the property, get rid of the guardhouse, and maybe put down some sod. The general public might have an idea, including the gentleman that spoke about his brother not having anything to do, that they can use the space, that it is public space. But right now it's a guarded compound that you can't even get into. You can negotiate on what to do with this property, but you've got to negotiate from a position of strength. And the city commission has to understand you've got all the leverage. There is absolutely no reason to extend the lease so that somebody can put condos or even an apartment complex on this property. There was a woman that spoke about how she wants her tenants to be successful. I wonder if she'd feel the same way if she was essentially giving her property away to that tenant and losing complete control of it, yet still having all the administrative nightmares and lawsuits that are going to result from the master lease and the subleases and all the other hassles that are going to come out of what's being proposed. So I'd urge you to absolutely do not engage in a discussion about extending this lease. Go back, figure out what you want to do with this property, turn it into something like you've got at Las Olas and A1A. And if the tenant wants to come along for that ride, that's great. If he doesn't want to come along for that ride, that's his loss. The city's going to take this property back. Thank you for the time to speak.
Great. Thank you so much. Yes.
I forgot to turn in something for a public document for the record.
You wanted to what?
I forgot to turn this. I wanted to turn this in.
As part of the record?
Yeah.
Sure. Just give it to the clerk.
Okay. It's the estoppel certificate from 2019 that basically said the city does not have time or resources to do a complete sweep of the leased premises to determine complete compliance with the physical attributes of the leased premises.
Okay.
I think that's unacceptable.
Okay. So, Mr. Clerk, please make sure that every member of the commission gets a copy of that at some point. Okay. Noberto Lopez, followed by Heather Brinkworth. Is Noberto here? Is he online? Okay. Heather, followed by Eleanor Levy, followed by Stan Eichelbaum. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor Trentalis, Vice Mayor Glassman, and esteemed commissioners. My name is Heather Brinkworth. I'm a born and raised citizen in the city of Fort Lauderdale, and I currently reside in Coral Ridge neighborhood. I am here today to express my opposition to any renegotiation on the citizen-owned public property before you for discussion today, known as the Bahia Mar parcel lease. I ask you to view this in the context of the $200 million Parks and Recreation bond recently passed by us, the residents of our city. We as residents value our publicly owned parcels of land and the amenities we have access to on them. Any attempt to renegotiate with the current tenant for this notion of air rights to allow real property to be sold, or in the case of air rights, sold on, or in the case of air rights above our publicly owned land purchased back in the 40s by a similar municipal bond gives me great pause, and it should give you pause as well. Think long and hard about the future of our city. There is no conceivable benefit to us, the taxpayers, of even considering a renegotiation. Furthermore, consider any precedents that would be set for unsolicited proposals on other publicly owned lands. What's next? Air rights on George English Park along Middle River to build condos, Vista Park by the beach, Carter Park with great transportation access, the newly acquired with recent bond money riverfront property, Riverside Park. I could go on, but I believe you see my point. We, the residents, own this land. We elect you to be good stewards of our taxpayer dollars and our public lands. We count on you to do what is right for our city today and for our future. My list of concerns are many. I have concerns that the current tenant is not meeting the provisions of the lease already in place, even though the lease agreement has been fully executed for several years now. Who is holding the tenant accountable? I have concerns about subleases the current tenant has. Do we as landlords even know the value of those leases, the terms? Are we confident the boat show will be protected as a major economic driver for our city? I have concerns that people are making it seem like all of the amenities approved in the current lease won't happen unless there is a renegotiation. I have concerns about the precedents any consideration of air rights may set for future unsolicited proposals. Most importantly, I want to remind you, as our elected officials, as another speaker has already said, we hold all the cards here. There is no benefit to a lease renegotiation on this land that we, the citizens, own. No benefit for us, the residents. I implore you to hold the tenant to the provisions of the current lease and to end this conversation regarding any possibility of lease renegotiation. Thank you for your time and consideration and all that you do to benefit our great city.
Great. Thank you. Eleanor Levy, followed by Stan Eichelbaum, followed by Mr. Locker. You're on the list, but you've already spoken, correct? Okay. There's no Eleanor? 7-7. Okay. No, Eleanor. Is Mr. Eichelbaum here? Virtual? Stan, are you on the line? Stan?
*6, Stan. You've been recognized on our end. *6. So we're holding 3 at this point, Mr. Mayor. We're still holding Miranda Lopez, Leanne Barber, and now Stan Eichelbaum. They've all been recognized. They remain to be recognized, but none are unmuted.
Okay. So as soon as they unmute themselves, then they can participate. Joanna Fields, Stephen Weber, Lauren Kroll.
I do not see Joanna.
You don't see her?
I do not see. What was the next name?
Stephen Weber.
I do not see Stephen Weber.
What's that? You are Mr. You're Mr. Weber. Okay. Thank you. You're just here for the fun?
Hello.
Right.
Hello.
Okay, Stan?
Yeah.
Stan
Thank
has
you. Mr. Eichelbaum. Mr. Eichelbaum.
Yes.
Please, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I'm speaking on behalf of Fort Lauderdale Alliance for Good Government and as a taxpayer and voter that just doesn't get what's going on. We thought we elected and hoped the city hired leadership committed to protecting the public interest, public property. I don't think I'm naive. I've navigated real estate legalities in almost every state and 49 other countries, and I've never seen the practices going on here. Today's lunacy is over one of the great redevelopment parcels in the world. The citizens of Fort Lauderdale's land that should have further enriched community coffers and quality of life. We pled when the tenant's approval was granted that performance guarantees, recourse for non-performance needed to be inclusive, that the public as landowners should have had confidence of normal feasibility studies, better understanding of the extraordinary economic potential of the site, and what a great deal was it for the city. A push for iconic architecture on this great parcel and more protection of public space. Now the renter is back with virtually zero performance on their first 50-year term, wanting a 50-year extension. Absolutely crazy. It's understood that you have a city legal resource many believe spent 1.5 years working to facilitate an even better deal for the renter versus protecting the public interest. The indignation escalated with understanding that the renter instructed their proposal not go public until after the election. And improper to sunshine laws saying they had 3 votes. And also, and on and on and on. I've got to give kudos to the many community groups that have been so diligent over the past few weeks in researching, reviewing stuff from public records requests, and meeting over and over again. Also appreciation for the mayor's strong stand. This should not be necessary. Who represents and who does the work on behalf of the community interests? The city legal shortfalls and protections have been rightly, repeatedly questioned on this. Marina Lofts, 333 New River last month, and others, where we're told that it's not a new use. even though the whole use changed on a building. We, after paying taxes and backing your elections, deserve government that prioritizes protecting the public interest. Clearly, actions on that behalf are needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eichelbaum. Lauren Kroll, Norma Goldman, and John Burns. I think we had already asked him to speak before, right?
Don't see
Lauren
Lauren.
Kroll.
No,
Norma Goldman.
No Norma.
How about Joanne Robinson? Joanne, are you on the line?
We have Joanne Robinson.
Joanne?
Joanne, *6, you've been recognized by us here at City Hall. Joanne, *6.
Okay.
Oh,
there you are. Very good. How are you, Joanne?
Thank you. Mayor Trentalis and commissioners, I'm Joanne Robinson, the president of Harbor Inlet Association, and I am speaking today on behalf of the board of directors of the association, who are unanimous in their opposition and strong opposition to the city renegotiating the lease to Bahia Mar. This is for many reasons, most of which have been very well expressed earlier this afternoon. So I will summarize in a few points our key objections and plead with you to vote no to renegotiating this lease. Firstly, Bahia Mar is a public property that was purchased by the people of Fort Lauderdale for the people of Fort Lauderdale. The current lease should be allowed to expire and the land revert to the citizens of Fort Lauderdale. Then let us make it a wonderful marina, home for the boat show, and whatever else the citizens at that time, I certainly won't be here, would like. The current tenant negotiated a plan only a few years ago, and many of us sat in the commission chambers for many hours, late and early, and they got basically everything they asked for. They have a lease, let them deal with it. That's business. And building private condominiums from which a developer will profit on public land is just unthinkable to us. What if New York City developers wanted to build high rises on Central Park because it's a great location, and I'm sure they do. But as our leaders, I think you have a duty to protect our public lands for all of us who you represent. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanne. Janet Scraper, followed by Mark Morlock, followed by Kim Coletti. Janet, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Hi, yes, we can. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. Thank you. Thank you for having this discussion open to the public. I'll be really brief. I just want to say, for those that are saying we do want this project or we don't, that's not really the topic of discussion. They were approved. And so that had anything to do with this. However, the applicant was approved with the current lease and with rental property apartments, which I think are still over the limit of making this a resort. But anyway, because I would imagine they knew that if they had have asked for condos, they would have been turned down. So they knew the situation. They were approved for apartments, and they know what the lease is. And as has been said, they have not done anything that we can see from the outside to improve the property in the time that they've had the lease. So I just want to say that I'm opposed to the sale of public property to private stakeholders, and I don't see any reason that apartments would be some kind of a lesser product than a condo, and I don't see any reason to extend the lease. They got what they asked for, and they need to proceed and do something with the property. That's all.
All right, great. Thank you. Mark Morlock, followed by Kim Coletti, followed by John Roth. Is he in the chambers? Yeah, there you are. Is Mark Morlock here?
Yes.
Mark, just unmute yourself.
We have Jim Morlock.
I have a Mark. Is there a Jim Morlock?
We have a Jim Morlock that's called in. We've recognized Jim Morlock, but he's on mute. I do not see a Mark Morlock.
All right. Is there a Jim Morlock there?
We've called him before, and he's recognized, but just on mute.
Okay. All right, we'll save that one. Kim Coletti. Kim, are you there?
Do not have a Kim. No, Mayor.
No Kim?
No Kim.
Okay, Mr. Roth, front and center. How are you today?
I'm doing fine today. Don't like this thing sticking in my face.
Well,
and we're getting the Elmo started up here.
All right.
It's got to go this way. I'm a technical person. I've spoken to you many times on various subjects, and I get into details. And it's important that we look at that in the Bahia Mar. I live about just across on the side of Idlewild on Sunset Drive by the Chima Steakhouse. So I've lived there 30 years. I have a boat. I go in there all the time. And when I have a lot of experience in pumping sand and digging in the water, picking machinery out of the water that gets fallen in and everything. And I can tell you all that we have a propensity to go to financing and money and legal terms on property. My answer to that is the earth wins in the future. If you're talking about 100 years from now, the earth is going to win and tell us what it's going to do to us next. So we remember with Hurricane Sandy, and we've had all the stories up and down the coast where there were new inlets created from a storm. And in 24 hours, it could cut a hole right through our barrier island, just like it did in New Jersey here. Next. And in this project, I get down to the details in the bottom where the numbers are. The first number that caught me was that there's 8.5 feet between floor and ceiling inside those. I don't know whether condos or rental units, but I don't know anybody who would buy $1 million condo with an 8.5 foot ceiling. That's what they're showing here. So that's what they got approved. And I get down here. So the seawall cap that they are going to add is 18 inches about to get you to 5 feet, which complies with the city ordinance. Next. And as part of the process to get approved, the tenant supplied a curve from a well-known organization that calculates all that stuff. And it shows them that if they put the 18-inch seawall cap on, they really won't have to do anything about sea level rise for about 50 years. Next. But that's not what really bothers us here. Everybody talks about the storm and they call that sea level rise. No, the curve that you saw there was the curve developed by all the counties and state and federal government organizations and scientists that project that curve. So that curve is correct. So I've put that in the amount here. So we have sea rise, and then on top of that is the storm surge that comes over the beach if there's a big storm offshore. That is really unpredictable how big that storm surge is going to be. But they're only given on the first floor where all the supermarket and stuff is 8 to 14 is 6 feet. So I would hate to be uninsured tenant, and I think it would be impossible to get insurance for in current terms from FEMA for that. The way they've got that designed, because the zero line is set and the 5 foot is set, and their drawings shows 8 foot for the floor level of the retail. So there's got a whole floor in there that's missing. Next. So what the future is unknown. The area, this is a curve, same curve projected out in the future. I colored it red because there's a lot of material in that document that says you're not supposed to use that curve. Some people call it the lunacy curve on the top, because right now we are above the lunacy curve, and we're only 10 years into this thing. Last picture is we can deal with this. Put it down a little bit. This is the Perez Art Museum, built in 2013. And when they had Hurricane Andrew came through, they had 16 and a half feet or so storm surge down there. So you put 16 and a half feet on top of the anticipated future 2 feet, and wow, you say, I have to project for the storm surge. So they put their first floor on that museum at 18 feet above sea level, and then they put their garage underneath the first floor. So we have to decide what siting terms we are going to use for the Bahia Mar, because under the projected curves and everything, our little sea level rise ordinance is not going to take care of storm surge if we really want to keep the money coming in from the first floor, all this commercial activity and stuff. It ain't going to be. So I won't be around when that happens, but the people who thought about the Perez Art Museum surely thought about it. And all of our buildings around here on the beach all have parking underneath the first floor.
Thank you, sir. Gail Jennings, are you still in the room? Gail Jennings? I guess not. Okay, Helen Toomey, followed by Ann Wiley, followed by Krellin Bird. Is Helen Toomey on the line? Nope. Ann Wiley? Is Ann Wiley on the line? Nope. Krellin Bird and Garnet Bird. No birds. Okay. Krista Chaluzniak. Is Krista online? Okay, Mary Fertig, who's been sitting there patiently. Mary Fertig, followed by Gary Cotton, followed by Estelle Brennan.
You caught me unaware.
I'm sorry.
So, good afternoon.
You need a minute to recover?
I mean, you know, there have been some great speakers, so I'm
okay. Try to speak into the microphone.
Can you hear me okay over there?
Now we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, good afternoon. I am Mary Fertig, and I'm here to represent the Idlewild Improvement Association, founded in 1926. Bahia Mar is our neighbor across the water. Neighbors were able to watch the marina being built, and for nearly 75 years, we have enjoyed the many marine-related activities on this site. And I just want to add that in 1947, my grandparents did live in Idlewild, so I'm assuming they watched this and probably helped pay for it, right? Because it was financed by municipal recreation bonds, as has been said many times today. Idlewild's a very walkable neighborhood. In fact, many of our neighbors from surrounding neighborhoods and condos walk over to our neighborhood. And one of the great pleasures of walking our peninsula is the area facing Bahia Mar. Seeing beautiful boats and yachts, happy people listening to the music and the laughter. It is really just something that has always been there. And so I would just tell you that marine industries are particularly critical to our community. They supply billions of dollars to our city, our county, and South Florida. And Idlewild is certainly no exception. Many of my neighbors are involved in marine and maritime related businesses. As a neighborhood, we have always been supportive of the boat show and the marina. We hope you will continue to maintain the language in the current lease, which requires the character of the property to be marina. At our last meeting, 3 motions were passed unanimously. And I'm just going to summarize those for you. You had a letter from me earlier today with some nice pictures, so hope you enjoyed them. We asked the city to oppose renegotiating the lease. We asked the commission to not permit the building of private residences on public land, particularly this incredibly beautiful piece of public land, which is irreplaceable in today's world. And finally, we ask that you put an amendment on the next election to help us as a city to develop our philosophy of public lands, particularly that public land should be used for a public purpose. Now, I've heard a lot of conversations today, and I just want to, just 2 quick comments. A lot of them bear on the site, and we don't feel they need a lease extension, but there's been a lot of conversation about let's do something with this site. Well, there's been a site plan passed. The current owners have run Bahia Mar. The current owners of Ron Bahia Mar have been the owners for 7 years. They have had entitlements to the property for 3.5, and it was a 7-year phase, 5 phases built in 7 years. We're halfway through that. And so your community improvement reserve account, the attorney's memo said that they have a $38 million credit. Obviously, they must have done something. And finally, let me tell you something. After this weekend, I don't think there's anybody in Fort Lauderdale that doubts that our beach is alive and well. And people from all over South Florida and this country and many college campuses are certainly enjoying it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Gary Cotton, followed by Estelle Brennan, followed by Helen Sarovic.
Yes, hello, this is Gary Cotton. I've been a resident of Fort Lauderdale since 1960. I grew up on Las Olas. I presently reside right across from Bahia Mar. And I'd like to look at this from the financial side. The reason nothing has been done is because you can't get financing on a short term like and sell condos. So the only way that they're able to do that is to get the 100-year lease. Well, my first comment is if that's what you want to do, put the property up for sale, because you're essentially selling the property when you give them 100 years. And that's why they can go out and sell the property for the next 100 years. So you're basically just giving the property away. The other thing that I would like to mention is that the subdivide. What I see happening is that the owners, the present owners would say, okay, I'm going to build 10, 11 condos on here. Okay, you got that parcel, you got that parcel, you got this parcel, you got the air rights for this up here, and collect a lot of cash and just walk away. What's the interest anymore from you've subleased everything out, and that is not the kind of tenant. And we come back as the city and say, okay, now what are we going to do with this hodgepodge of all these buildings with different financing? And it's going to be a disaster. It's easier just to say, hey, make up our minds. We'll sell it now for 300, 400 million, whatever it's worth, and be done with it, or we just sit it out for the remaining 42 years. I'm certainly not going to be around, but at least maybe my grandkids will be around to see that property saved.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cotton. Estelle Brennan, followed by Helen Sarovic, followed by Lisa Malcolm. Is Estelle there? Okay. How about Helen? Are you there?
We do not have a Helen.
Okay. Lisa Malcolm. Lisa, followed by Landon McNeil, followed by Christian Armand.
We have Lisa and Landon.
Do we have Lisa?
Yes, I'm here.
Lisa, how are you?
I'm great, thanks. Okay, my stomach's getting all upset thinking about all this stuff.
Take your time.
I was going to show you some pictures of my dad, my grandparents, my great grandparents at Bahia Mar in 1950 with a whole slew of sailfish and dolphin hanging on the racks. He ran a charter boat there from, well, first it started on the New River before Bahia Mar was built. And my grandparents moved down on the New River in the 40s, my dad in the 40s. So I have a real fond memory to answer Heather's question about the charter boats. I don't know if the site plan, I think they were going to move the charter boats back and have like a t-shirt kiosk or something there where the charter boats are now. So I was pretty upset about that. So I know that concerned you, Heather, what they were doing with the charter boats. Also, I still just think with the traffic and everything, it's just too much. We're in COVID and we still have tons of people here. I've lived here my whole life. I live in Harbor Inlet, so we'll be impacted pretty large. What that man that's moved from New York City said, it's quality of life, and it's just going to be really abused with all those 15 buildings. I have something to read. I don't know how much time I have, but I'll try it. Bear with me.
You have a minute left.
A minute. Oh, I'll make a minute. My phone's about to die. Anyway, I've been born here and raised in the same zip code my whole life. So
sounds like you need a vacation.
I do. But this is vacation land. Okay, I just wanted to read a little bit from Lauderdale Tomorrow. The city charter is clear about the maximum time period for a lease. The current lease was entered into January 4th, 1995 between Ron Bahia Mar and the city of Fort Lauderdale. That was 26 years ago. Now Ron Bahia Mar is requesting a 50-year lease plus an option to extend the lease for another 50 years. The charter is clear that no such lease shall be an initial term longer than 50 years. Extensions of or amendments to such leases may likewise be negotiated without necessity of public bid, provided, however, that no such extension or amendment shall be for an additional term longer than 50 years beyond the original termination date of the lease, which is to be extended or amended.
Okay.
The time is up. Okay. My time up. Thank you, Mayor.
You're very welcome. Thank you for speaking on this afternoon. Landon McNeil, Christian Armand, Kurt Zimmerman. Any of these folks online?
We have Landon McNeil.
Landon, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Go ahead, 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Landon McNeil. I recently moved to Fort Lauderdale from Denver about a year ago, and now I work in Fort Lauderdale. I've met a lot of really nice people who also live and work in the area, and the topic of Bahia Mar recently came into our conversations. We all seem to be on the same page, whereby how can a new lease with the Bahia Mar be bad for any of us? It seems to me that the proposed improvements by the developers will not only deliver the city a huge amount of additional revenue, but the proposed improvements will also importantly bring lots of jobs, huge open parks, more green space, long, wide waterfront boardwalks, many waterfront restaurants, and a new luxury hotel to the area, which means that my friends and I and our future children and their future children will have an incredible place in our backyard to enjoy and create our own memories. Therefore, I'm respectfully asking you a rhetorical question. How can any of this be bad for Fort Lauderdale? What can be bad? Is keeping the property in its current condition with a hotel and 10-acre parking lot, no green space, no parks or boardwalks, no waterfront restaurants or other fun outdoor amenities for our generation to enjoy? How does not signing a new lease help any of us? Please sit down with Bahia Mar, negotiate a fair deal for everyone so the property can get improved so we can all enjoy it for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Christian Armand, Kurt Zimmerman.
You have Kurt. There's no Christian.
No. Okay, Kurt, are you there?
Yes, I am, Mayor. Thank you.
Please,
yes, thank you.
Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioners. I just simply wanted to express my support for the notion of negotiating in good faith with respect to this lease. I'm a 30-year resident. My wife is approximately a 50-year resident of Fort Lauderdale. We enjoy the waterfront. I think this will be a great amenity for boaters, for visitors. I appreciate the public spaces that are being proposed. And I'll keep it brief and just say I'm very supportive of the commission proceeding with good faith negotiations. Thank you for your consideration.
Great, thank you. Nelson Fernandez, followed by John Millage, followed by Sally Allshouse. She's withdrawn. Okay.
Nelson.
That would be Lorraine.
Yes. Good afternoon.
Is this Nelson?
Yes, it is, Mayor. How are you?
Good. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners, and thank you for allowing me the time to speak today. My name is Nelson Fernandez. I live at 1259 North Rio Vista Boulevard in Fort Lauderdale. I am here to speak in support of the city agreeing to, at a minimum, discussions that will hopefully result in a new extended lease for the current lessee. Although I do have a small economic interest in the existing leasehold, I am also an everyday resident of the area. I live in Rio Vista, and I am an avid boater, beachgoer, and frequent diner at our very limited waterfront restaurants. I believe the current condition of the Bahia Mar is nowhere near its highest and best use. It is tremendously overdue to be brought up to date so that the current residents of Fort Lauderdale can enjoy the planned public spaces, waterfront entertainment, and restaurants that are planned. I, for one, will be an absolute frequent user. I believe it is within the responsibility of city leaders to, at a minimum, sit with the current lessee and discuss their request to renegotiate and extend the lease so that the property can be improved and live up to its iconic reputation that it holds today. So I implore you to, at a minimum, give them the consideration and the time to listen to the proposal and discuss the possibilities. Thank you for your time.
You're very welcome. Thank you. Mr. Millage, followed by Lorraine O'Neill. Is she here? Is Lorraine here?
Lorraine?
She's in person.
Oh.
Is she in the chambers? I don't see her, Lorraine. Nope. And Charlie Esposito. Mr. Millage.
Thank you, Mayor. John Millage. I'm co-counsel with Robert Lockery.
So you're here on behalf of the applicant?
Yes, Mayor. So I want to be brief. There's been a lot of conversation today, and so I just want to hit some points that have been discussed. First, as to the FDOT bridge, there's some discussion about the repairs. I think I believe those repairs are about $800,000, and I'm pretty sure that Bahia Mar made that without participation. They just handled those bridge improvements. That's my understanding. There's been some statements made here and elsewhere about the old bonds that were used to finance the property. Those bonds were paid off many, many years ago. And there was a Supreme Court case brought in 1950 to challenge certain aspects of those bonds. And actually commercial use was one of the aspects that was challenged, and it was upheld many years ago. And I just point out too, the current charter has a specific section on Bahia Mar, and there's no restrictions in it other than I believe the term. So it's up to you to decide, on the leases, in my opinion. Sea level rise, that was discussed. I think the city manager talked about the seawall. In addition to that, my understanding is that 15 acres will have to be raised a minimum of 5 feet. So 15 times 5, that's, I think, a significant cost. There was some concern about the residential impact caused by the marina. I think modern marinas around the country, I think all of us that travel see them, they're pretty common. So the marina and residential are pretty compatible at this point, and you can make those work together pretty easily. As to the condos and those concerns, you may want to consider those. I know there's been some issues of it. My opinion of those is that, we've got a problem relative to the mega yachts that park here. I've known for many years that they'll park here, and many of those owners, they don't stay here. They go to Miami. And that's an economic development problem that you really need to think hard about, because
these are high net worth people, and it's not just catering to them. These people that, often many of us represent from time to time, if they're here, they invest here, they do things, they bring their business activity. So I think you better study that before you reject that outright, because it's really got an important, I think, benefit in the scheme of things that you need to look very hard. It's not just about an economic opportunity. It's about an economic development opportunity for the city. And I think it may have an important role there that you may want to take a hard look at. The statement that this is a can-do commission, I just want to say for the record, I agree with that one. In summary, I think do nothing is not an answer. I think that's kind of an easy way to just, talk about this. But, and I'll wrap up, Mayor. I mean, if you wait 4 decades for this, I'm going to be almost 100 years old. I plan on being here, by the way, but that's a long time. So, let's get on with it. Let's air out all the issues. There's been a lot of good feedback. Obviously, Robert and I are taking notes. So let's move forward and make a truly world-class BHMR for the 21st century. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, great. Thank you. Is Charlie Esposito followed by Kim Hackett? Charlie Esposito?
No Charlie. And
no Charlie.
And no Ken.
Kim Hackett?
Kim, no Kim.
No Kim. Art. You've been waiting patiently. Thank you. Art Sites. And that will be followed by Barry Summerstein, and I believe that would be virtual, and he'll be the last person to speak. Long time no see. How are you doing?
I'm here. It's the first time I've been here in about a year or more.
Yeah.
Thank you for at least letting us speak. It's very nice to be able to speak for 3 minutes. Heather would have had us speaking for 2 minutes. There's a need for linkage and connectivity in Fort Lauderdale. You should be able to ride a bicycle from your home to the beach. You should be able to ride it from the beach to Holiday Park. But you're spending $200 million on rec bonds and what have you. And that's not in there. I asked Jim Ellis about it. He said, oh, yeah, we're going to connect that. I said, no, it's not in the plans. He was surprised that I had checked, and I knew that it's not in the plans. Now, it's amazing. I'm listening to 20 feet for a promenade. Hell, you got to have a promenade along the waterfront anyway for your golf carts and what have you to get the materials to the yachts and so forth that are parked there. That's not much of a gift. Riverwalk has got spots that are 30 or 35 feet wide. Suntex Miami Beach has got 40-foot promenade, 20 feet of cement and 10 feet of palm trees and so forth. It's right by Monty's if you haven't noticed it. Well, you should notice it because I've sent you pictures of it at least 6 or a dozen times, all of you. Bicycles. Bikes ride with traffic. Yeah, right on A1A. They've had 6 or 7 years, Jimmy Tate and company, to say, hey, let's fix this. Let's at least have a sidewalk or a bike lane going northbound on A1A. Yeah. Hey, number 1 in the United States and most dangerous city. That's the BS award that you got recently. But something I am familiar with, and it's gone on for decades, 10, 20, 30 years, top 10 worst place to ride a bicycle in terms of fatalities and serious accidents. Same thing for pedestrians. That's Fort Lauderdale. You really have an absolutely rotten reputation. Jimmy Tate hasn't done anything on this in 7 years. Robert Lockery suddenly mentions connectivity. Maybe we can hook the BHMR to the International Swimming Hall of Fame. Well, hell, you should have connected the 30-some acres that the city owned from the get-go. Riverwalk should have been both sides of the river. Wonderful things have happened, at least recently, on Riverwalk. I don't see this happening on the beach. The Bloody City for $35,000 could have had a shovel ready, and we could have been eligible for tens of millions or hundreds of millions of dollars of federal money. Then literally billions that have been left on the table because you've let the MPO hand everything out west. I want something that's iconic. I want something for the Olympics. I want something that's Super Bowl quality. And what you're delivering is just absolutely stupid. It's not protecting, preserving, enhancing the beach for future generations. It's very nice for lawyers, the real estate mob that seems to run this city. Thank you. Goodbye.
All right, thank you. Is Barry Summerstein on the line? Barry?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. I appreciate your letting me speak. My name is Barry Summerstein. I'm a 35-year resident of Fort Lauderdale, living at 255 Lucille Drive. I'm on the board of Harbor Beach, and I'm also the attorney and a small investor in the company. I'm just disclosing that. I'm here to speak just as a resident and not in any of those other capacities. I've been listening very patiently, and it's been an informative discussion. What I've heard is that the preponderance of those who have spoken, even those who do not believe that the lease terms are acceptable to them, all seem to be saying that there really should be a negotiation as opposed to burying one's head in the sand and not doing anything. There's no harm to the city. Matter of fact, there's only upside to the city in negotiating to see what the benefits are. And what are those benefits that you've heard today? First of all, you've heard that there's a significant increase in rent to the city that would start right away, as opposed to the rent that they're getting now if you do nothing, even if the property is developed with the existing site plan. The opening up of the property, I've heard several of the speakers talk about the gates and not having access to this property. And as part of this proposal, sidewalks, promenades, the bridge, which Mr. Millage talked about, that we spent $800,000 or $900,000 to make safe for a crossover that would be available not only to hotel guests, but to all residents of the city to cross over A1A and access this property would be available. I've heard about, the boat show and how important that is. If you all will recall, you asked the tenant to negotiate a new, an extended boat show lease. That was done. The boat show has the right to be using this property and the obligation to use this property for many, many years in the future. They were supportive and are supportive of this plan of development, but we're not here to talk about the plan of development. The only thing we're talking about today is whether the city should consider negotiating for enhanced public access to the property, the ability to benefit from what is being proposed, and to have a significant increase in rent. I've also heard the issue of a change of character of the property. I don't think anything could be farther from the truth. You heard that for many people, they keep talking about these recreational bonds. I think you have in the record a letter from Charles Palmer as to his grandfather, who's supported and provided financial assistance to the city in connection with this property. One of the goals of this property was economic development. The city entered into a lease many years, 60 years ago, or excuse me, I stand corrected. There's 42 years left, so whatever number of years we're talking about. But an essential element of the existing lease is that the city will cooperate in connection with providing enhanced revenue for the property and economic development for this particular property, which is what they would be doing in connection with working with us to modify the lease. I hear it's going to change the character, that this should be a primarily marine operation. The marina is existing. We're not taking away from the marina operation. We're actually providing increased and additional benefits for those who come to the marina by way of restaurants, grocery stores, enhanced hotel accommodations, and residential housing for the very large boats that people want to have a place to come to when they're keeping their boat and be able to stay at. The existing lease provides for the fact that there would be retail, that there would be office, that there would be residential, there would be hotel, there would be commercial. None of that is changing with this lease. All that is existing. So again, I'm asking you to consider what it was that the purpose of this meeting is to consider, and that is to consider whether or not it makes sense to open your eyes and to have a discussion as to what a lease negotiation, whether there should be a lease negotiation. It seems very clear to me that there should be. I appreciate your giving me the opportunity to speak. And if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
All right, great. Thank you so much, Barry. That concludes all the people that have signed up to speak. Is there anybody here that wanted to speak? Did you sign up? What's your name? Yeah, we did call you. So please come on up and speak. Oh, I'm sorry. I know how that is. And Peter Partington, I don't have his, he just came? Okay. Lorraine?
Thank you and good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners, Vice Mayor Glassman. I'm Lorraine O'Neill. I'm a resident of South Florida. My family came here 120 years ago to South Florida. So we are pioneers, mainly further south, but we're also up in Mandarin and Jacksonville too. My grandfather walked South Beach in the war looking for German U-boats.
Could you speak please speak in the
Sure. My grandfather walked South Florida looking for German U-boats during the war. So did my father when he was in World War II. When I brought my father down to South Florida, he passed in 2016. When I brought him down here before he passed, he was quite taken back by how South Florida has changed. And I don't think it was the original intention of the people who came here. They came here to get away from the cities, to get away from the congestion. They came here to winter, to relax, to enjoy the sea breezes and the beaches. I think that's one thing we have to remember here as we consider to utilize our public lands for different opportunities. I am a lawyer. I've been one here for 35 years. I'm also a mother. I'm a resident, and I'm also a soccer mom. Here, my kids go to Fort Lauderdale High School. So if someone would tell me when I was a child, hey, in 42 years, you have the keys to the castle to do whatever you want with that castle, I think my eyes would open widely and I'd say, hey, I'm going to wait those 42 years. I'm going to keep things as best as I can during those 42 years. But I'm also going to envision what I could create in those 42 years. You guys, we voted for you not too long ago. I think it's important to remember you have the keys to the castle. You own the jewels, and I'd protect the jewels because we as residents, as we go over to the beach, we need to enjoy the marinas and we need to enjoy the beauty. And if everyone can say in their heart of hearts that this is the best thing to give away this property for another 100 years without 100% control, I think that's something that you need to really consider for my children who are still going to be here and would like to know that they have the keys to the castle and would like to know that they're in complete control, because that's a rarity in today's day and age. Thank you so much for your time and have a great evening.
Thank you for being here. Peter Partington, followed by Alberto Fernandez. Peter, are you online?
Can you hear me, Mayor?
Yes, we can.
Okay, Peter Partington, city resident. One of the great joys of being retired is that one can travel. And within the last few years, I've been able to go to Sydney, Australia, Vancouver, Canada, Singapore, Hong Kong, and closer to home, San Francisco. And these are universally recognized as great cities. And you know what they have in common? They have great public open space. Public open space. They do not have little areas squeezed in between condos. Now, Fort Lauderdale is recognized worldwide, but we're not quite there. We're not quite world class. So please maintain this public open space. It won't be for me. It will be for our grandchildren. Maintain control of this space and use it. It is truly a gem of the city, and it will complete Fort Lauderdale becoming a world-class city. Thank you for your time.
Oh, thank you, sir. Alberto Fernandez, are you speaking on behalf of the developer, Mr. Fernandez? Alberto Fernandez. Okay, I guess that's it. Anybody else in the room wishing to speak? Okay, I see Commissioner Sorensen's face. I know Heather Moritas is sitting next to me. Okay, Mr.
Apologize.
Here is Commissioner McKenzie there?
Mr. Mayor, that's Mr. Fernandez that you're hearing. He was able to unmute.
That's Mr. Fernandez? Okay. All right. Mr. Fernandez.
I apologize, gentlemen. And again, thank you. Good afternoon, first of all, and thank you, Mayor and Commissioners, for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I am a resident at 1749 Southeast 10th Street, Rio Vista, and I am in support of this lease extension because it would allow the tenant to build a development that will produce enough revenue to allow it for a long overdue and much needed improvements to the Bahia Mar, which will include improvements to accommodate the boat show for many years to come and create a property that would be world-class. As Robert mentioned, there are lots of open space with public access, which doesn't exist today. There will be waterfront restaurants, which we lack in Fort Lauderdale. As a resident, I would enjoy to be able to enjoy that from our own boating facility. A new luxury hotel with world-class marina that will now be associated with a world-class property. The intangible benefit that the city and with this additional revenue that will come from the boat show continue to be the best in the world, and it's in the best type of facility in this world as well. It will mean millions more in revenues for the city each year, and something we would all like to see for the city. More jobs as well. The plan meets all requirements for sustainability, resiliency, sea level rise, which means if the tenant is not afforded an opportunity to improve the entire property, then the city's greatest asset will virtually have no value after the 41-year lease expires. We need condos, not rentals, as currently approved on the site plan. Condos increase tax dollars that bring in bigger spenders in the community and generate far less traffic. The other problem is our site plan won't work with rentals because the cost of the facility that we've promised to build for the boat show will be in excess of $125 million. I'm a builder, and I understand that costs in construction are going up. Not to mention that the rentals will create more traffic, more infrastructure versus condos that are mostly part-time condo owners are usually vacationers who bring in big money and more tax dollars to the area to help local businesses. Let's also remember the city directed the tenant to design a plan acceptable to the FLIBS and sign a long-term lease. They did that. Now, please do your part in extending the current lease so that the tenant can afford to build these improvements. All of Fort Lauderdale is watching, not just a few anti-development groups in our community. Do the right thing and allow the residents to enjoy this property that you say we, the residents, own. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Okay, last call. All right, that concludes our that concludes our public comment on this. So I don't know if you folks want to take a break or do you want to begin the discussion? Commissioner Moritas, I would start with you.
Question, just break or continue? Or is my, is that what you're asking?
Okay, so, all right. So we heard.
They're probably taking breaks at home. They're probably okay. We've just been.
Okay, so.
But I'm okay to continue.
You're okay? All right. So we've heard a number of people from the public who spoke with regard to this, the issue concerning Bahia Mar. As we all know, again, the history is that a site plan approval was given to this developer back in 2017. I believe it was Christmas, a week before Christmas. It was the meeting, and we were here very late. And I do recall that a lot of concerns, many of which were raised again today, were raised previously, and but the developer got everything that they had asked for. The commission approved by a supermajority what it was the applicant was seeking, and here we are several years later. Nothing's really happened. And
Mayor, can you speak up, please?
I'm sorry. And so here we are several years later after their approval was made, and now there is discussion whether or not we want to extend the lease so that some other kind of improvements can be made to the site. So I know we're not here to discuss details on the applicant's proposal, but it's clear based on Mr. Lockree's presentation that the applicant is seeking to convert the rental aspect of this to condominiums and not change the site plan, not reduce the number of buildings, not reduce the type of buildings or the use, but just the ownership characters. That's kind of what we're dealing with here, right? And so it's been brought to our attention that over the last year or so, there have been conversations between our city staff, in particular Mr. Boileau and his staff, with the developers, and that's why it was important for this commission to consider, from a policy point of view, what direction this commission would like to go in, and whether or not it wants to keep things the way they are, or whether it feels that we need to make some changes, and what should those changes be. Okay, now, Commissioner Moritas, your thoughts.
My thoughts? Well, I have a lot of thoughts. I think the only thought I need to formulate today is, do I want to continue to negotiate a lease? I don't really have to give you the rest of my thoughts on this space. But when I think about this, I also think about the beach in general, the whole parcel. And I've listened to people, maybe like Ina, thinking about the future, as a business owner down there, and just visioning, what do we want in 100 years? I mean, if we don't move forward negotiating a new lease, what do we have a piece of property that'll sit there and stay the same for 40 years? What does that do to the current buildings around it? We've invested a lot in the beach already. We have the parking garage, we have Swimming Hall of Fame, we have the two parks, what are their names? The Las Olas Beach Park, the Alexandra Park
and DC Alexandra.
I was gonna say the Elbow Room Park, but the park right there. So we have made a lot of investments to the beach area. And so what do we as a commission envision should be the use for that piece of property? Is that the only piece of, I guess we have Natchez. Is that still ours? So we have that space that's, an additional city-owned piece. Do we have anything else that's city on the beach between Sunrise and
a little
17?
tiny parcel next to that liquor store on Los Olas Boulevard that's a block off of, it's on the western A1A as it comes through. There's a tiny little corner parcel that we own.
Okay, so we have a little bit, so not.
So
not
the
too much.
question, so it's a good question. So here we have public land, and here we have we're at another crossroads,
right?
And the question is, with all this acreage on the ocean, what is it that we feel as stewards of the public realm? What is it that we feel is most appropriate for development on the site? Now, a previous commission said what's appropriate is a housing development with a couple of restaurants, a 3-star hotel. It's not a luxury hotel, a 3-star hotel, a fishing village along the waterfront, and and I believe a grocery store with the main amenities. It appears that this developer does not want to go forward with that and is asking for an additional term on the lease to be able to do something more in terms of condominium development. So your question is well poised. What is it that we should be doing as stewards of the public land with this property? Should it be for residential development? Should it be for recreational development? What is the purpose of public land? And that's really the question, I think.
Right. Well, if money were no object, which it is, we could have a really interesting conversation. But since we are stewards of the public resources as well as land, how much do we want to spend on that parcel? Because once again, we've spent a decent amount on the beach, and I think we should. It is our gem, obviously. Not that I have a public beach in District 1, but I'm happy for the rest of the city. So I agree with that. But if we did nothing on that parcel, and in 40 years, how much do we could the new commission invest then and make it a whole new parcel? I don't know. But I know Commissioner Sorensen was kind of asking Chris a little bit, how much are different prices for different things? I mean, obviously, if we took it over, so I think we have to. The big picture is, do we want to take it over in 40 years, or do we want to redevelop it and have some amenities now that the public would enjoy and use? And that's a question we will have to answer. I think aren't there some performance milestones in the current lease, Alan? I don't think it's what Commissioner Moraes is thinking. They can't just sit there and do nothing. Aren't there certain performance milestones that they have to do under this current 42-year lease?
I don't believe under the lease, under the site plan, potentially, if they want to proceed with it. Obviously, there's going to be an expiration at some point. Apparently, obviously with COVID, there's been some extensions.
So let's say it's extended for a couple more years, and, right. and a couple of years, their site plan expires. So they can basically just hold on to the lease, collect rents, and call it a day. Is that what you're saying?
Under the current lease, I believe so. Yes.
Right. So that's what I'm kind of thinking in my mind, because that's probably about as long as I'll be here. I do care about my grandkids, obviously, and public space too. But so I think, we have a bigger question to answer as the commission. Would I be willing to move forward and allow the conversation to continue? Yes, I would. I think we're at a point where we need to really keep analyzing as a commission, and maybe that would be our next meeting. What do we really think is what do we want to see there? And I don't know, do we do another shred? I don't know. We've probably done 100 of them, but it's a new commission. We didn't even discuss this in the past 3 years. So now, we have another 4 years to really, just like the Joint Government Center, we're really spending a lot of time investing in that and imagining and dreaming and what do we want? And I think we probably need to maybe think about that and have those conversations. And so at this point, I would certainly feel comfortable moving forward to discussing what we'd want in a lease. I think I brought up a few concerns based on the limited knowledge I have to date of where we are. Once again, not being a part of this conversation as a commissioner previously. So I'm ready to start discussing, but I think we have a lot of unanswered questions.
Well, do you see it as a residential site?
I can't answer those questions. I mean, if you asked me, really, would I bulldoze it and make it a park? Probably. But, I said that about War Memorial when I first started. That didn't go over very well either. So, obviously, I do love park space and preserving it. Do I think that's realistic? Do I think that brings value to the neighbors around it and the boat show and our city, general budget? No, I don't think that's realistic. But and I do think we have invested in a lot of parks on the beach, and the beach itself is a park. So I do think there's value in just public use, but once again, I think the beach has quite a bit of it. So I think we just need to just imagine renegotiate a lease that kind of meets the needs of like I remember the previous commission spending a lot of time just focusing on the boat show, because that is important to all of us. And it's a major economic driver for our city of Fort Lauderdale. So it has to work for all of us if we move forward. And like I said, I don't know. I can't answer the question about residential and what I think. Do I think they need to build residential to get enough income so that they can invest more in the overall property? Yes, I do think that. And do I know they need a new lease in order to build residential? Yes, I knew that, before I even was elected. So I know all that has to happen, but I think if we're going to get an iconic, redeveloped, reimagined space, something has to happen. I'm just not sure what.
Okay. Vice Mayor, do you have any thoughts?
Do I have any thoughts? What do you think, Mayor? Yes.
I saw a quote of yours in the newspaper today that you don't want condominiums on this site. Was that a correct quote, or taken out of context, or?
Well, actually, if you've ever paid attention to my testimony since 2008 on this site plan, you would know that that's a very accurate quote. So, okay. Yes. And
I have watched your career since 2008.
Yes. And the night that your commission approved this site plan in 2017, I was there till 4:00 in the morning. Actually arguing against the current site plan that we're looking at today for a lot of those reasons. First of all, I just want to say thank you to all of the people that spoke today, and all of the emails, the phone calls, the text messages, everyone that attended. We had a very nice sized group at the pre-agenda meeting last night in District 2. A lot of passion, a lot of education. Really smart people that really have been following this for so many years. So I just wanted to say thank you to everybody who expressed opinions on both sides, actually, maybe even more than two sides. This is a very welcome conversation today. It's actually why I requested that we have a day where we could spend time on this, because I think that we have to make the EMR better for the taxpayers, the residents, the visitors. But as you just asked me, I want to make one thing perfectly clear. I have absolutely no interest in the city being in the condominium business. I have spent many years living in a condominium and serving on condominium boards. I'm very familiar with Chapter 718 of the Florida statutes and the condominium law. When I read through this proposed master lease and phase lease agreement, I think it's a quagmire. I think it's a total Pandora's box that we would be opening. We would have to have an assistant city manager in charge of condominiums. We would have to have a condominium department. There are so many things that can go wrong. And when you read all of the complex real estate issues in these proposed leases, you realize what kind of pitfall we could actually fall into. There's no guarantees how condominiums and condominium boards operate from day one going forward. Everything from non-payments of assessments, and now they're calling for rental fees. Condos on this site would have to be collecting fees and giving it to the city. What happens when there are liens and there are foreclosures? What happens to a rogue board of directors that decides we want to amend our documents and throw out the boat show? Because you know what? We can't live with this boat show right in our front and backyard. These are all real possibilities of things that can happen. So I would say because of that fact, and then when you look at the proposed leases in front of us, they're all very much predicated on condominium usage. Everything is really built around that. And trust me, I've spent a lot of time rereading all of my notes and testimonies since 2008 on BHMR. The current 1995 lease, and I want to emphasize 1995 lease. So Mayor, when you asked Commissioner Moritas before, or when you asked the city attorney before about benchmarks that they have to meet, there really are none, because we're looking at a lease from 1995. Which one of us would want to be operating with something that's 26 years old of one of our major assets? It just makes no sense. And especially on a lease where the city, and again, this was quoted in the paper, has a crappy deal. The amount of money that we make on this site is a pittance. And even though people have said that it doubles in the next proposed lease, that's still a pittance. I'm going to ask our city auditor to weigh in a little bit, but I just want to get through a couple of points on this, because I think that once we realize that everything is predicated on condominiums, we have to throw away the proposed leases that are in front of us and practically, start over. And it gives us a great opportunity because I think then that we can lay out exactly what we think needs to be on this site. Counsel for the tenant said to us that everything is on the table, which for me also means the site plan. If we are going to be willing to look at a lease, a new lease, then we have to be able to say, you know what, this is what we don't like on this site plan. And I am going to take him at his word when he says that everything is on the table. Are there things here on the site plan that I think we can appreciate? Yes, and we've talked about it. The public amenities, the promenade, the supermarket, the restaurants, the shops, the Marina Village. But there's not enough open space. Someone earlier said, maybe it was Mr. Partington said, you have some open space, but it's squeezed between buildings. And I agree with that because I think back to some of the iterations of the former site plans on the site that had massive open space on the west side of the peninsula. And all of the neighborhoods came to an agreement on that, saying that's something that we should have. My other concerns were site plan, number of buildings, too many. The lease, 100 years, I agree. We lose all of our leverage. And I think then we're not in a good negotiating position. But I don't think that we can talk about years on the lease until we decide the uses on the site. The uses on the site and how those get monetized will dictate how many years we have to have on the lease. So that will come later. But I do know that, as I said, the 1995 lease that we're facing now, that we are living under, is weak for the city, way too weak for the city. I've heard people say, let's just sit it out for 41 years. I don't think it's an option. Although there have been tremendous improvements made to the interior of the Bahia Mar, and I was recently at a dedication of the pedestrian bridge, which looks great over A1A. The rest is so in need of updating and work, too much asphalt. So we need to expand the public amenities if we do revisit the site plan. The number of units, frankly, I think 650 units, and again, not condo, but rental, is a little bit too much. And I think that we need to revisit that. With regards to the boat show, there's been a lot of talk, but so much is secret. But I do have a concern about them being housed in a garage. And so therefore, I believe that if we did create more open space, why would they say no to more open space for the boat show? By the way, when we look at these condos that are proposed in a phased lease agreement, correct me if I'm wrong, Alan, but I believe that every single one of those condos, and they're not going to happen all at once, they're each going to need 50 years. So we're not even really talking about giving away the site for 100 years. We're talking about maybe 200, 250, 300 years. Each one of those condominiums is going to need 50 years, according to Florida statutes. And then if you read the proposed documents, after 50 years, they're terminated. What happens? We throw all those people out? How is anyone going to get financing for a condominium if they know in 50 years they could be out of their investment? Recently, there was an article in the newspaper that said condominiums were having problems if there was a rec lease attached to the condo. Well, this is a lot more complex than just a rec lease. So how's anyone going to get financing for this? Resiliency has been discussed. We're operating under the 1995 lease, which when I go through it, I see no mention of resiliency. Now, in the restated lease, the amended master lease, on Article 18.17, it does talk about that. So there are some good pieces of the restated and amended master lease that I think we can use going forward, especially as it relates to the section called Marina Standards, where seawalls are finally mentioned. We have to do that because you know what? If we do nothing in 41 years, I'm afraid that that entire peninsula will be underwater. So who wins in that situation? That's why we have to take some sort of action. Who's responsible? Financial terms, as I've mentioned, we have a very raw deal right now. I want to ask the city auditor if he's given any more thought to approximately what this would cost if we were looking to actually buy this out outright from the tenant. Also, if he thinks how much of an increase since 2016 when we had our last appraisal, because we are desperately in need of a new appraisal on this site. And my last question to the city auditor would be, I personally think this is not a good formula. The base rent, which is too low, plus the percentage of roughly 4% is too low. Is there another way that we should be looking at this? So, John, if you're there, I want to know about the appraisal. I want to know about the cost to maybe buy this out as an option and when all is said and done. And I would also like to know about looking at a different formula going forward. Is John there?
He's talking and he appears unmuted, but we're not hearing him.
Well, I'm almost finished, so I'll just give it a second. I'll go on. If he starts to talk, I'll just stop. So thank you. But that is so important. You know, when I look at the zoning on this site, it's SBMHA, South Beach Marina and Hotel Area. So that always has to be our first priority. We need to have an upscale resort with an incredible marina, incredible public amenities. And at the same time, we have to make sure that we have this land so that future generations can enjoy. But I'm just certainly not willing to wait 41 years and just let it languish for 41 years. I think that would be a terrible mistake. The last thing I would say is, going forward, Alan and Chris, please, much more transparency. There have been a lot of insinuations about who knew what and who knew when and all the electeds. You guys, this is a lot further along than the public knows. That's baloney. And I actually find those comments offensive. And I'm going to tell you why. As the district commissioner, no one has given me any updates on this. And therefore, I'm so surprised when I'm reading these public information emails released, the first batch and then also the second batch yesterday. I implore city staff to keep us much more in the loop, to give us much more in terms of an update when anything's coming across your desk, and just letting us know what's happening every step of the process. Because for me, that's been my biggest disappointment here, is just not being kept abreast of what's happening. And that just creates unnecessary noise and chatter out there. And people jump to all of these conclusions, which I found rather foolish. And that's about it from me, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay.
So,
John,
any luck now?
Yes, we can hear you now, John.
Thank you. Okay. Apparently, we're having some problems with my mute and unmute buttons not cooperating. So, Vice Mayor, to address your questions, as I had pointed out to both the mayor and to you in response to this, in order to come up with an estimated valuation for buying out the leasehold interest in the Bahia Mar is going to be extraordinarily complex and beyond my capacity. So I would offer up that respectfully, I could not give you any idea other than to say that it is certainly going to be more than the leasehold interest of, $160 million, which is what was represented to have been paid several years back. So if we're looking at this, and again, this is pure speculation on my part. Once you start getting above the $200 million number, which is where I certainly think we would even begin to have that conversation, it depends on a multitude of factors relating to the current site plan that we have versus a proposed site plan, and the expectation of compensation for potential lost revenue. So again, it is beyond my ability to project that. I think you need the services of a really competent business valuation appraisal. When it comes to looking at the rent on the property, which is something I'm a little bit more prepared to talk about, we had very extensive conversations with the Blackstone Group back in, I want to say that was roughly 2008, 2010, with former city attorney Harry Stewart. I was not involved in negotiations, but I was in conversation with Mr. Stewart at the time. And the consensus that we had back then is that the city was not best served by being a partner in the hotel and rental operations and marina operations of the property, that our interests were best served by being a landlord, and that we would base our rent on a percentage of the appraised value of the site. The benefit for that is that it reduces the opportunity for what we refer to in the accounting profession as a transfer pricing issue, which is where subsidiaries may pay less in rent in exchange for being able to generate more profit on certain parts of their operations. So we don't get into that issue. We don't get into an issue of having to audit their operations and determine whether or not we're getting our fair share. It also reflects the fact that at the end of the day, we shouldn't be tied to the operations of whoever happens to hold that leasehold at that point in time, that we wanted to be a landlord. And so the formula that we worked on at that point in time was one that was at 10% of the appraised value of the land. And so if we were to look at that currently, we had an appraisal done several years ago, which showed an appraised value of the land of $218 million. If we were working on 10%, which is what we had talked about back when we negotiated this previously, we'd be looking at $22 million in round numbers. And that is, I think, far more reflective of the value of that land to us as a landlord. And so I think the lease that we negotiated back then was probably the best version of a lease that we could have. And I think that's demonstrated by how hard Blackstone negotiated with us to get us to that point. So it would be my recommendation that if the city were to move forward, that we move forward in that posture again, that we are simply a landlord. I've never been a fan of the concept of participating in any form of net revenue. If anything, if we were going to try and calculate that, I'm always more of a fan of doing it as a percentage of gross revenue and leave the operational costs up to the business. It might be a lower percentage, but that number is a harder number. It's a firm number. It's easier.
So John, you're saying the rent should be $22 million a year?
So if we were doing it based on the formula that we had negotiated back in 2010, it would be in that neighborhood. Yes, it would be
based on
10%.
Based on a $218 million valuation of the property, correct?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And then it would go up accordingly. Okay, thank you.
Certainly.
Yeah, thank you. Any other questions, Vice Mayor?
Just going to mute myself. No, thank you very much, John. I appreciate that. I might have some later, but I'm good for now. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Commissioner McKenzie. Commissioner McKenzie, you have to unmute yourself. Okay, great.
I thought I did. Hold on. I'm unmuted.
You're good.
Okay. You're good. Thank you. What I'd like to do, compliment both Commissioner Moritas and the Vice Mayor on their comments and at least being open to doing something different. And I'm in agreement with that. I'm disappointed that I came to a meeting today and initially we weren't going to do anything but discuss nothing and allow the public to have the upper hand on our most precious asset that we are responsible for. As fate would have it, we were able to kind of shift the momentum and at least get some type of talking points of subject matter on the floor. And before I go into my comments, just a few, I too am very, very upset, and I expressed this to the city manager yesterday, about how we got here, more so in how the public had more information way before I did about this lease that didn't really exist. So I was very, very dissatisfied in that. And all I wanted, and I think we all said it to me 2 weeks ago, that we wanted to be kept abreast of any update, changes, or just any information in relationship to this item and how it got out there, how the paper, everybody had it but me. I'm not going to say you all didn't get it. I can assume that, but I know I didn't get it. And by the time I got it, I was getting emails 2, 3 o'clock in the morning showing me 3 different versions of a lease. So the folks that I'm responsible for hiring, that's Alan and Chris, I want a heads up. I want to be up to date, have the right information. So when we do reach meetings like this, I can speak to the information with facts and speak intelligently to it. So having said that, I would love for us to move this item forward, to have something concrete in front of me so I can have the discussion along with my colleagues as to whether or not we want to move forward this. And what I don't want is one of us having the upper hand on where we want this narrative to go, and just be able to have a consensus on whether we go up or down with whatever it is in front of us. And I think that would allow us the opportunity. Also, I would like to see open and fair negotiations with with our tenant. And I think the lead persons on that should be, and maybe I'm wrong with this, but from what I've read, it should be the city manager and the city attorney and the tenant putting together a document that's put before us, and then we later on go in and we massage it, or we ask for other things, or we negotiate in some form or fashion. I also think the district commissioner, the vice mayor, if anybody should be our liaison during this process. And I think he has his pulse, his finger on the pulse of what's going on. And I think he should be heavily involved in this process as our liaison. And when I look at where we are and what type of revenue we're going to receive on this, I mean, you see all sorts of snapshots, but I think that will come out of the negotiations with the tenant. There were some numbers presented to us today, both by the auditor. There's some numbers that were presented to us by public speakers. There were professional opinions given by public speakers, which concerns me because no one's acting in a professional capacity to tell me about sea rise, to tell me about seawalls, to tell me about how to build a building. I mean, those are testimonies we need to get from professionals and not from laypersons. But it concerns me when we put these type of statements on record. Also, I would like to go back to the 1962 lease. And I think in that lease, it tells us what we can and cannot do, because folks are saying that we can't have this and we can't have that. But when you look at it, and maybe Alan, you can, or Chris, one of you can read to me what we can do on this property. Can someone read that aloud for the record?
I don't have the 1962.
I don't think you have it in front. You don't have it in front of you.
Not the 1962.
But I
What
think.
about 1995? Read that one.
But I think, Commissioner, I think it was pretty.
No, I don't need anyone to think for me today, because I think that's how we got here. And Mayor, we have to have meetings where we can all speak, digest information, and have a consensus, because sometimes one of us can change the narrative or the outcome. But my point is, we can build a marina, we can build a hotel, we can do residential as well, according to the language I've been reading in all these many pages that consist in these documents, whether you look at 62, 95, or what we could currently come back with and negotiate our own terms, something that's more modern, something that's going to take us into the future, something that's going to be here for my grandchildren, something that's going to be here to make a difference in Fort Lauderdale. Because when I took that oath, it wasn't just for my district. It was to serve Fort Lauderdale. It was to make it better. And how can I make it better if I do nothing? Since I've been a commissioner, I know we move forward a site plan, but I don't think we ever really looked at the lease. I think the lease is what got us entangled, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, city attorney, but we got tangled up there. And I think what's happening now is that the lease is not allowing the current tenant to get the proper financing to move a deal forward. But we don't need to hash that out now. I don't need you to correct what I'm saying. What I want us to do is to move forward to look at something concrete and not push it off. And I think Commissioner Moritas hit it right on the head. This commission hasn't had an opportunity to really vet this project and throw out some ideas and see if we can push it to the end zone. So I want to be a part of that in these last 4 years. And I think we should talk about this not in 4 months from now. I think we should talk about it every meeting until we can get something that we can say yes or no to. And I've realized one thing is since I've been on here, we've always talked and protected the boat show. And I've never heard us ask the boat show for any type of return on investment. Yet still, we allow the boat show, and I love the boat show, and I want to do any and everything I can to protect, keep, and make the boat show our Super Bowl. Maybe we should be asking them for some revenues to help us find other avenues for income. But I always hear us saying that we can't move forward because the boat show don't have. But I have sat here, I think twice since I've been here, and the boat show has negotiated the lease but yet still we keep using that as a reason why we don't want to move forward. If there's anything out there, colleagues and public, this is our time, in my opinion, to put all that stuff on the table, vet it, and let's do something for the city of Fort Lauderdale. And I really love what the vice mayor said. Right now, we have pittance. We can do better than that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sorensen.
Thank you, Mayor. Is Robert Lockery still there, Mayor?
Yes, he is.
Could I ask him a couple questions, please?
Mr. Lockery.
Yes, good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon. Yeah, we're not in the evening yet, I guess, but getting close. Question, Robert. So this idea of, so it sounds like a lot of folks not interested in condos. So if you did not do condos, what would be other options for the site?
Well, I think, right now, we appreciate the input that we've gotten today, both from the public, but also from the mayor, vice mayor, and commissioners. I know we're still hearing from commissioners. Our job now is to take what we've heard back to our client, take a look at our options, and then continue the discussions with the city to see what makes the most sense moving forward. As I said earlier, we're listening to every option. We do think that there's a better BHMR on that property. Ultimately, it has to be a better BHMR that a majority of the city commission shares our view on. So very transparently and openly, we hope to come back ultimately with a plan that everyone can support, everyone at least at the commission level.
Yeah. Okay. So it sounds like to go forward, it would be, one condition the vice mayor is making is no condos. It sounds like,
Well, I will say this, though, be very clear. I'm not agreeing to any conditions right now. What I'm saying is we'll take the conditions back and talk about them. We may come in with a hybrid approach. I don't know at this point what that's going to look like, Commissioner. But to be fair to us, we need to talk to our client and decide where they want to go.
Yep. And then is extending the number of years of the lease on the bargaining table to not do that?
Well, we certainly believe that a 40-year, I've got a little delay on the TV, so I got to make sure what I'm looking at. If I look down, I see a live, but up there it's a little off. Certainly the 40-year lease that we have today allows us to do the site plan that we already have, and we pay a lot less money to the city. So, I mean, I'm kind of stating the obvious, but there's not a lot of need from the tenant's standpoint to renew the lease unless we're going to get more term.
More years.
More years. I mean, otherwise, we've got a shorter period. We pay the city less and we move forward. So,
okay.
Now, what that term is can be discussed and negotiated.
Yeah. And again, the reason not to just go forward with what you've already got right now is just finances, right?
That's correct. As I said, when you look at the project, I think a lot of folks have mentioned kind of, in their approach to saying do nothing, 40 years becomes 35 years becomes 30 years. We planned, or the tenant certainly plans to build something on this property that can withstand a lot longer than 40 years. It will be here for a long period of time. And that requires a bigger commitment from both the city and the developer.
Yeah. Okay. And then tell me a little bit about the boat show, because this has always been fuzzy for me, and maybe I'm the only one. What's the relationship between you all and the boat show? Give me.
What I know about that issue is that there's an agreement between the boat show and Ron Bahia Mar related to the operation of the boat show on the Bahia Mar property. That's all I know about that relationship.
Okay.
And that was a requirement of the last commission, or at least the commission suggested that we not come back with them until that deal had been extended and until, in fact, the boat show could come to a city commission meeting and say that agreement had been consummated to their approval and Bahia Mar's approval, and they approved the site plan. And that happened before we got the last site plan approved.
Okay. So the boat show likes the current site plan. Now, are they able to say, hey, we've thought about it and we don't like it now?
I really can't speak to that. I'm not trying to be evasive. I don't know the answer, except I know that there is an agreement in place that neither party can describe that.
There non-disparagement language in there.
I don't know that. I know there's a non-disclosure. I don't know that.
Well, we do know that from the night in December of 2017, in which we were told that the reason that the boat show folks could not come out against any site plan because they were under a contractual agreement not to do that. You don't recall that?
No, I recall that I don't recall that way. I recall them saying that they supported the site plan. I do recall that.
Right, because they were not allowed to say they didn't support the site plan.
I don't know.
That's my understanding.
Okay.
We'll research that.
Right. Okay.
I see a lot of nodding heads in the audience, but go ahead.
Right.
And okay, so we don't.
Because Mr. Sorry, can I interrupt you for a second since you're talking about the boat show? Can you include in your, your presentation, or I would amend, just when we come back to talk or negotiate or put things on the table, can we have this boat show information in front of us so we don't have to assume or ask the questions that nobody can disclose this and that? We can have everything in front of us so we can, make the best decisions for the city moving forward. Because if we had to go back and refer to 2017, I thought we did something with this commission with a boat show lease or agreement.
All right. Yeah, I think that's a fair request. Sure.
Yeah,
go ahead, Commissioner, go ahead.
Great. Thank you. Robert, I think it's important that the boat show, if we're having any future discussions, that the boat show is a part of these discussions and able to share perspectives, thoughts, concerns. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I understand that loud and clear. That's what you're asking.
Okay. So I don't, in other words, I don't see how we would even have a positive conversation if the boat show wasn't unmuzzled, or I don't know what their current status is, but to have them be able to talk about what's going to work for them. Because for me, the economic impact and employment and everything about the show is vital. And I don't know what they're thinking, and I don't know what's working for them or what's not working for them.
Okay. I definitely appreciate that comment and understand it.
So that's still very, yeah. So, okay. So that's one of the kind of fuzzy things for me. I also think that it actually, when we talk about park space or parks, just my perspective, I think parks can be iconic. I think parks can add value to neighborhoods. I think parks can add value to visitors, tourists. And I think the park could add value to a boat show. So I think a park could be a wonderful possibility here. So I think the research is pretty strong around parks. I don't think we can have too many around or on the beach. So I'm just a big believer more park space is better. I think that's where I'd be interested in the boat show, because it sounds like boat show might have a perspective on more open space or less, or I don't know, but we don't know what that is. Okay, Robert, what happens if the commission decides not to move forward with kind of extending the lease in terms of years? Because it sounds like that's a vital has to happen for you guys. What then happens?
Well, you are the landlord, so we don't have an extended lease.
Yeah.
If the commission doesn't consider an extended lease.
And again, the financing doesn't work for the new site plan, I guess. So it's just kind of stays what it is, it sounds like, or
that's my understanding. I mean, there's a considerable cost, as was mentioned. In addition to rebuilding the seawalls, we also have to bring the whole site up. So it makes it a little bit different. I think the city manager was absolutely correct in explaining the costs that you are associated with, that you have to deal with along Cordova. And of course, you've got a whole site. I know this from experience, because the seawalls all around my house have been increased, but the streets haven't. And so we still get flooding in king tide areas. So yeah, there's a lot of costs and other things that have to be associated with that. And so that's the part of the reason for the request for the additional time.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, look, I think the opportunity thank you, Robert. That's all.
Yeah, and that's really it. This is a great opportunity. Has been mentioned by so many, even those who, are the detractors of the plan. I mean, it's a spectacular opportunity, and hopefully this commission can take it up. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Robert. So Mayor, yeah, those are all the questions I had, but I think the opportunity to run out the clock and have this amazing piece of historical property, iconic property, and to do something really amazing as a city, I think is phenomenal. And I think it happens, once in many generations.
Okay.
So that's where I am. And if we have to, go into discussions, and the will of the commission is to go into discussions, my belief is that condos are not a viable option, and that we shouldn't extend the length of the lease. So thank you, Mayor.
All right, great. Thank you. Thank you, Ben. Okay, so I just have a couple things. As many of you know, I think this community unanimously agrees that we should do something with the Bahia Mar site. I don't think anyone disagrees that right now the way it is a desirable option. It's for many years it has not. I'm sorry, you're raising your hand? You agree with that? Anyway, and I think the reason why a lot of the years in which nothing has occurred there is just because we didn't know what to do there. The beach continues to evolve. I think back in the 40s and the 60s and 90s, different commissions, different attitudes. I mean, in the 1990s, the Fort Lauderdale Beach looks a whole lot different than it does today. We have first-class hotels. It's very, very built up. Nothing like what I saw when I first moved here in the early 80s. And the Bahia Mar site was always thought of as a marina site, and we had the hotel there. We've grown up. The city continues to grow up, and I think in growing up, we've been very careful about what remaining resources we have as a city. The Bahia Mar site is one of those last remaining resources that has remained untouched all these years, partially by design, but partially by the inability to move forward and see what exactly should go there. In 2017, this commission made a decision that a housing development should go there, and as well as all the other amenities that were associated with that site plan. While it was what the developer wanted at the time, for whatever reason, the developer is not able to go forward with that site plan, and no development has taken place there. To me, that's not an option for this community. this community demands something to be done on that site. It's unattractive. It's inefficient. The city is basically wasting or losing out on money that it could be entitled to if it were put to better use. So I don't think anybody in this room or out in Netherland listening virtually is in disagreement that we should do something there to improve the property. Now, it is public property, and the question is now, what is in the best interest of the public for this type of property? I personally voted against residential development back in 2017, and I don't think residential development as a primary development is appropriate for this site. I think that this site should be used for recreational and public use, and I think that we should look to opportunities and options that we have in that regard. One of those opportunities and options, of course, is our boat show. And I've been told time and again by the developer that, oh, don't worry about it. The boat show will still be able to occupy the space. So back in 2017, I had prepared something which I now have, which I can't give to the rest of the commission because you're not here, but I'll get it to you, in which I have an overlay of what the boat show looks like when it's in full operation, and then where all the buildings completely displace the boat show. I'm going to give this to Commissioner Moritas. And I have a copy for all of you, which I can give to you after the meeting. But essentially, it shows how the development project that's being recommended gives absolutely no room on the site.
I'm sorry, Mayor. Yes. I just want to be fair. Is there any way the clerk can give it to us?
On the overhead,
two people have it and using it as a testimony is not.
I think Jeff is going to put on the overhead projector.
All right.
Again, this is, I mean, it's not really testimony, Commissioner.
Yeah, but you use it as a basis. You use it as a basis for an argument when all we're supposed to be doing, according to your own agenda, is seeing if we have an appetite to move forward. It seems like we have an appetite now to do something different. And I don't want to distort what you're doing. I just want to see if we have an appetite to move forward and not sit here and try to undo all the work that we did here today to see if we had an appetite.
Okay. Well, you had a chance to speak, and now I have a chance to speak. So let me speak. So anyway, so that's an important consideration because this is a very public purpose. It's open to the public, and it provides thousands and thousands of jobs every year. And some have estimated the economic impact to the region at over $1 billion. We were very fortunate to allow the boat show to take place this past year during COVID. And I thank the promoters and Forma, the Marine Industries Association, everyone connected to that operation for making it a safe and still viable undertaking. A lot of boats were sold that day, and a lot of people were employed, and we appreciate that boat show did continue to happen in our city. But whether it be a boat show or any other kind of venue for other types of entertainment or other types of use, whether we have other exhibitions there, these are the types of things that I think the community is now asking for. Like I said, the beach has evolved. We have a lot more intense development of the beach. So what happens at this site becomes much more important than anything that could have possibly been contemplated in the early years when the city first bought this from the federal government. So in terms of what we want to see there, I don't see a consensus on this commission based on what the vice mayor said and based on what Commissioner Sorensen and what I'm saying. I don't see a consensus for residential development in terms of condo development. But I'm definitely not in favor of allowing this lease to languish for another 42 years and nothing to be done. That's why I asked the city attorney, are there any performance milestones that have to be accomplished here over the next 42 years? And I am told that there are none, and they can keep things going for the next 42 years like this. Their building permit may expire in a couple of years. But that's really not being good leaders in this community if we just let that happen. So I am prepared to want to sit down with these folks. And you know what? In the end of the day, whatever it is that the city wants, what this community wants, may not be in the developer's best interest. It may be that it's not profitable, and perhaps that's the case. Government is not in the business of making a profit. Government is in the business of providing a quality of life for its citizens. So if the city ends up taking it back one way or the other, ultimately we're benefiting the public, and that's really what it comes down to. So I'm in favor of continuing to sit down. I mean, the developer has reached out to me several times in the last couple of weeks. We've concluded nothing concrete. I think everyone wanted to just hear what the public had to say today. I think the voices have been heard today, but I also think that there have been some defining moments, and a lot of that has to do with what this commission is not interested in. I think Mr. Locker, you've heard that tonight, and if we are going to go forward, it's based on whether or not this particular developer has any interest in going forward with an extended lease if they cannot develop the type of development that they were seeking to do under the terms of these proposed documents. So I think the direction that this commission is giving to council is to, I guess we just have to wait until they come back to us with something else. There's really nothing else that all these leases and everything that you've that's been thrown on your desk by these folks doesn't seem to, at least three people on the commission have said they're not interested in condo development. So Mr. Vice Mayor, you are the district commissioner, along with Commissioner Sorensen, who has a part of it as well. If I recall the boundaries correctly, I encourage you both to continue to work with the developer and see what we can accomplish. I too will be happy to sit with the developer and see what we can accomplish. But I know that the status quo is not what anybody wants, and I'm hopeful that we can find something that's in the purpose of the public that best befits the interests of trying to establish a quality of life for which everyone's entitled to. So those are my closing remarks. Does anybody else have any comments?
Mayor?
Vice Mayor, yes.
Thank you. Chris, help me just clarify what the mayor just said. I think the entire Bahia Mar falls within District 2.
Does it?
I believe that's true.
Is it? Okay.
Holiday
Yes.
Drive.
Yes.
Changes.
Yes. You used to represent that district. Remember, Mayor?
I know, but I remember there was a slice. There was a slice on the southern end.
No, the slice is on Harbor Drive, which is south of Bahia Mar. That's your slice. I'll get you a slice.
Okay. Well, I still think I encourage all the commissioners to have conversations with the developer.
Of course,
it's in their district, and let's see how we.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Is there anything else?
Okay, so just to summarize here, so the tenant's going to come back with some ideas or meet individually, or are we going to? We're going to try to schedule something depending what they come back with for another discussion like this?
Well, let me put it to you this way. If you want to appoint somebody on the commission, and I don't mind being that person, or if you want the district commissioner to be that person, to sit down with them and then have that person come back to the commission and explain what new proposal they could come back with, that might be a more organized way of doing it.
I think that makes sense. I think Commissioner McKenzie maybe mentioned some concept like that.
Vice Mayor, do you want to be the point person to do that?
I'm fine with that, Mayor. I would also defer to you if you wanted to do that. Either way, it's fine with me.
All right, I'll do it along with you, and then we'll bring it to a commission meeting when we can discuss it.
Are we allowed to do that?
No.
No,
Sunshine.
No,
we do it.
We can talk with a. Wait a minute. You're hearing what you just misunderstood what I said.
Okay.
Don't say it violates anything. he can talk to the developer, I can talk to the developer, and we can bring our information to the commission to discuss it. It's exactly what I just said.
Yes.
That's not a violation.
No, not in that way.
Right. Okay.
And just
Okay.
And Mayor, just so I'm clear on, I think where the consensus is to continue to have discussions. The condos are off the table. Is that, am I tracking that right, Mayor?
The majority have indicated that.
Majority don't want condos. It sounds like the majority don't want residential at this point, or is that, am I not?
I don't think residential should be the dominant aspect of this.
Okay. Okay.
So, Vice Mayor, you think the same thing?
Well, Commissioner McKenzie had referenced the uses before, and the current lease actually does allow for residential. So that would have to be a discussion to have. But that's, I think, what the commissioner was mentioning when he said for Alan to read the uses. If you look at that article, I think it's Article 19. It actually has all those uses.
It does, but I think that's what is. I think the list of uses is what is permitted but not required. So that's
correct. But I think again, it all has to be taken in totality, because if we're going to even open up any of this discussion, as I mentioned earlier, we have to see what the uses are that we want to then figure out how those are monetized so that we would get the best possible revenue as the landlord. So that's all going to work together. Does it have to be 650 units? Probably not. But I think that's a discussion to have in totality with all of the other uses on the site.
Okay.
Great.
So to answer your question, Ben, residential could be contemplated, but again, I'm not in favor of condominium residential on this site, period.
Me either.
And so, and apparently the vice mayor isn't either. So it would, if residential is contemplated, it would have to be rental units.
Okay, great. And then do we have consensus on, I think we do, on the boat show being somehow a part of this discussion or being able to have opinions on this, Mayor? Is that?
I think that the developers should permit the boat show to participate in objective discussions concerning the viability of any future site plan and how it impacts their ability to put on the show. I would think that would be a prerequisite going forward.
Great. Is that, Vice Mayor, is that good with you?
I'm sorry, I was on mute. Yes, obviously we have to, I'm not privy to all of those contracts and agreements that they all have, and none of us have seen them. And obviously we're not going to be able to violate any of that, but I certainly would like to have legal counsel tell us how far we could, go with that.
Okay, great. And then I guess the last question, Mayor, is the idea of extending the lease. I mean, again, my understanding is the desire to extend the lease allows for the condos to be contemplated. So it seems like with condos off the table, there's probably less of a reason to extend the lease.
Correct.
Okay. Do we agree that we do not want the lease extended?
Well,
no, I don't think that's what we're doing. I think what we need to do, and no disrespect to anybody, is let staff and the liaison come back with what everybody wants, and then we sit as a commission, and then we decide whether we want to take this residential piece out or want to add it in. I mean, I don't think we do it now and say these are the only conditions that we will come back to negotiate on. Just let them come up with something that we can tear apart or support. But for us to get ahead of it doesn't create a fair and open process. So the public's going to have a piece in this. We're going to have a piece in this. We're going to have workshops. We're going to have charrettes. We have an opportunity to voice our opinions. But if we sit here now and say, I don't want A, B, C, and D, but we can have F and Y and Z, we're not being fair and open to negotiating on what's best for the city, in my opinion. And I think our liaison, the vice mayor, will do a good job at putting everything on the table and coming back and saying, here is that instrument. And then we can begin to massage it a little bit.
Thank you. Yeah, it's always good in negotiations, always good to have some guardrails and some agreements. And so that's what we're doing here.
Well, the guardrail is our own lease. When you think about it, that's a great explanation what you said. The lease itself is our guardrail. Our legal counsel is another guardrail. The outside counsel that they have, is, from what I understand, is supposed to be the best in this type of negotiation. I negotiate leases, but my leases are on apartments, 8 units, on single family houses. I don't have the experience to negotiate at this level, but I do have the understanding to sit back, look at what's put in front of me, and make a decision at that particular time, and not get in front of it without having all of the facts.
Yeah, that's great. Okay. So good. So Mayor, I think we've got the kind of three. We've got no condos. We've got boat show engagement, and then the possibility of residential is still there. So I think those are, if I'm hearing that right, I think that's what we have consensus.
You're hearing it right, and those would be parameters going into any future.
Thanks, Mayor.
All right, let us conclude because we're about to hit our 6 o'clock time period and give us a break to have between meetings. So anything further before we adjourn this meeting? Okay, thank you. This meeting is adjourned. We're gonna have to do the CRA after the regular.
Recording stopped.
Start at 6. Yes. 5 after.